Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku survived Elden Ring and returned? Part 2. This story is a Tarnished hero by IAmGuavaFruit. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Izuku opened the door to the classroom, dozens of eyes staring right back into him in either fear and apprehension. There was a bit of loathing there as well, but that doubled back into fear because of what he let them go through yesterday. Taking a slow gait towards the teacher's desk, Izuku ignored the pelting gazes coming from the class, all the while humming a tune because he knew it would irritate them even further. It took a long, breathtaking few seconds before Izuku reached the desk. With a thud, the stack of papers he was holding slammed onto the desk via gravity, a slip of paper flying for a moment before being grabbed and neatly slotted back into place. So, how are you all feeling? If the unamused glares were any indication, they were still feeling a bit peeved from yesterday. Well, if you can glare like you wanted to murder me, then it means you're all fine to undertake this next lesson. A hand raised from the crowd. It came from a blue-haired teen wearing spectacles. Izuku acknowledged him with a nod and said Bluenet put his arm down like a rigid statue. Sir, if I may speak for the entirety of our class. If he wasn't wrong, the Bluenet's name was Iida Tenya, and from the mouth of Aizawa, a stickler for the rules. AKA, he has a massive stick up his ass. Your instructions yesterday have left us a bit peeved, and I mean this in the most respectful way possible. Please, would you reconsider putting us through your trials again? I don't think even pro heroes go through them on a daily basis. Okay, first off, are you idiots? Izuku was supposed to go easy on them today. Nezu and the other teachers made sure to tell him that what he did yesterday was something not to be done again. Iida, however, was making him wish to damn the consequences and teach them the meaning of reality. Pro heroes don't go through them on a daily basis. Are you being serious or sarcastic? A scowl replaced Izuku's grin, his brows furrowed as he glared at Iida. The Bluenet went stiff as rod, Izuku slowly approaching him menacingly. Some of the students stood up from their chairs to intervene, but a single glare was enough to make them have second thoughts. Secondly, do you think being heroes are all rainbows and sunshine? Beat a villain here and there, then pose for a camera. Is that all you think heroes are? Some of the students wilted at the harsh tone, but it was better they hear this now rather than later. Where do you get your information? My brother, he's a pro hero with his own agency. He tells me all kinds of stories about the hero business. After each and every word, Izuku stepped closer and closer, until both of them were inches apart. Let me guess, it's mostly his achievements. What about the struggles? Did he ever show you the other side of the business? The part where heroes go home in body bags and caskets. Leaning forward, Izuku came nose to Iida, the bespectacled teen nervously sweating as he fidgeted in place. Leaning back, Izuku regarded the rest of the students. How about all of you? Where do you get your information about heroes? Don't tell me they're just from the news. All of them had their mouths shut. Of course, they would. Most of the hero hopefuls in this day and age were busy glamoring at the front of hero culture. But they never did stop to think about what went on behind the scenes. Injuries, accidents, ambushes, deaths. There was no doubt the HPSC, from what Nezu had offhandedly commented, were scrubbing most of those accidents from ever entering the news at all. At most, only about 2 out of 10 incidents were listed on the news about heroes being either beaten or being forced to unsubscribe from life. The other 8 were just the usual hero glorifying bullshit that was spewed en masse to the public. And what if they are? A Ravenet, Yaoyorozu Momo, if the class list was to be believed, piped up from her chair. Well, it's simple really. Don't believe anything the media says, not in this day and age. Izuku snorted as he remembered some of the news he had watched and re-watched. All Might was a glaring example of this. If a debilitating injury on Japan's #1 hero was scrubbed off the face of the earth, how hard would it be to sweep some minor deaths under the rug? Otherwise, why would the hero profession be this dream job that every kid wanted when they were just a wee baby? When was the last time you all heard of a hero passing away that wasn't part of a giant fucked up situation? Or how about comparing the amount of retired heroes compared to deceased ones? This got Yaoyorozu to purse her lips, a thoughtful look overcoming her face as she cupped her chin with her right hand. Simultaneously, those that had the bearings of an intellectual person did the same, face scrunching up in thought as they tried to recall the last time a hero was pronounced dead. Spoiler alert, that was months ago, and it was all about a duo of heroes, a married couple at that, dying to a villain named Muscular, all the while saving hundreds of lives. Even in their deaths, they were used as an agenda to push their narrative. It was sickening. It might look a bit cynical to say that, but he wasn't wrong. The hero's life shouldn't be glamorized. It should be taught as it is, otherwise, kids would grow up believing all the bullshit and have their lives cut short because they weren't ready. Just like he was. Mentally shoving that thought down, Izuku turned around and went back to the teacher's desk, leaving the students looking either thoughtful or downright horrified. Grabbing the stack of papers he had brought earlier, he distributed a piece of paper to each student, all of them looking up at him confused. After a very long minute that felt like it stretched into an eternity, Izuku went back to the teacher's desk and opened his mouth. Now, there will be no practical physical activity today, and since the curriculum mandates I teach you something, even if I am very much not trained to do so, here is what we're going to do. He grabbed a piece of paper he had left for himself, waving it around as it swished in the air. There are a series of questions there and I want all of you to answer them. Quite simple. Don't worry, this will not be graded and thus, will not affect your final performance. However, answer stupidly and you'll find yourself wishing you hadn't. And so began one of the hellish essay writing tests Class 1A had ever done. Melina observed the entire class with a watchful eye, sometimes going over a student's shoulder to see what one was writing. To be honest, she had no idea what any of them were writing, the written language vastly differing from that of her own. There was a silver lining, however, as evident from how she could understand her companion, the verbal language was something she could understand. She didn't know why, and she didn't know how, but why look a gift horse in the mouth? It made it infinitely easier watching those moving picture shows. Leaning forward, she hummed as she listened to the muttering of one of the students. He was plain looking, with a thick tail that no doubt would be able to support his entire weight while fighting. The hell are these questions? Trying to remember the name of the student from the list, she snapped her fingers when she recalled it. Mashirao Ojiro, or Ojiro Mashirao if she were to use Japanese naming standards. If there are no other choices and the situation is dire, who would you rather save? The poor who have nothing left to live for, or the rich with the means to do good? Scratching his head, Ojiro played with his pen as he stared a hole into the piece of paper. All over the classroom, similar things were happening with the other students. Some were scratching their heads, others had their foreheads on the table, a few were writing on the paper. Was the question really that hard? It's just a simple prompt. If the poor man didn't want to live anymore, then might as well leave him to his miserable fate. Save the one who wants to live and let them create a better future, so that no more poor men may be created in this cruel world. Circling around the room while she continued to observe with a keen eye, she managed to spot the ash blonde, the one whose fault lies in tormenting her companion for the most part of his young life, muttering to himself as he scribbled on a piece of extra paper. Curious, she approached with slow steps, a sharp glint in her eyes. What could possibly be in the young one's mind? Would it be full of narcissism, like he had when he was younger as described by her companion? Would it be of regret and shame after he had learned that even with the world bearing down on him, her companion still saved him after all he had done? Leaning forward, her ear nearly touched his cheek, the proximity so close, she could feel the blonde's every breath. Not that it makes that much of a difference, she could choose whether to show herself or not. Perks of being completely spectral. She still retained her senses, however muted it was. She could not understand what he was muttering underneath his breath, the words so fast and so hurried that she wasn't able to comprehend most of it. However, she did manage to understand parts of it. Words like Deku, death, resurrection, and quirks were some of the words she managed to pick up. The rest were just gibberish. Taking a glance at the paper, she still had no idea what any of it meant, but there were a lot of characters. About a page full. Blinking, she stepped away from the ruminating blonde and continued to roam around the room. Perhaps she would find some more interesting bits with the other students. Later that night, Izuku yawned as he laid on the bed. Melina was seated on a chair nearby, nose deep in a notebook she was currently writing, face in utmost concentration. A bit curious, Izuku decided to check up on what the spectral girl was doing. "What you up to, Melina?" Izuku rolled over, face relaxed and body at rest. "Just jotting down notes about this world. Just imagining the lands between with even a fraction of your world's technology is quite a thought." Now that he was thinking about it, yeah, he could see where Melina was coming from. He could just imagine how fast it would be to traverse the entire continent with a helicopter. A snout booped him on the head, and Izuku was quick to push it away. "Torrent, stop that." The snout didn't cease booping into him and he relented. "Okay, fine, we don't need helicopters in the lands between. Happy now." Torrent neighed and retreated from Izuku, the spectral steed vanishing into blue morays of light. Izuku sighed, hand coming to his forehead. "You should know better by now that Torrent is a possessive being." Melina snorted, focus taken away from the notebook to spectate the amusing scene before her. "Months of camaraderie, and you still make the same mistake. Makes me think why Torrent saw fit to choose you. Maybe because I don't know the concept of giving up." Izuku grinned and Melina's only response was a deadpan. "Just look at my fight with Godric and tell me otherwise." Melina went back to writing in her notebook. Izuku took that as a win. "Tease him will she?" He'll retort with cold hard facts. Relaxing in his bed, Izuku closed his eyes and let the darkness of the night take him away. Tomorrow is another day. A few weeks had gone by and Izuku's routine stayed the same. Wake up, eat, laze around for the morning, then head to class to instruct either Class 1A or Class 1B based on how he was feeling. The curriculum. Props given to Nezu for making a comprehensive curriculum that really gives the students valuable information on how to proceed in their hero careers, but Izuku didn't care. Theory only gets them so far. Sure, there were the internships, but that wasn't due for the week after the sports festival, which was a week from now. Some of the students had taken to his teachings like fish to water. A notable one being his former tormentor. It gave him indescribable feelings whenever he taught the ash blonde, but hey, fate sometimes gives a person either shit hands, or frankly confusing ones. Then there was the half-toned one. Or if he were to take a page from Katsuki, half-N half-bastard. To be honest, the nickname was ringing true the more time he spent teaching the teen. After all, who else but a bastard would refuse to use half his power in a situation where lives were on stake? Every time he laid eyes on his dual-toned hair, the disgust welling up in his gut clambered back up, only to be pushed down with sheer force of will. It would be unsightly to show the students a side of him he kept buried beneath lock and chain. Aside from the infuriating Todoroki spawn, and wasn't that a surprise, he was actually Endeavor's son, the second top hero of Japan. There were others who were terrified of him. One need not look further from the purple midget posing as a bowl of grapes with his hero costume. One that looked eerily similar to a diaper. Other than him, there was the other one from Class 1B, the American girl with a Texan accent. Funnily enough, even with his minor ability to understand English, something probably brute-forced his brain to understand most spoken languages on Earth because as long as they were verbal, he could understand her as if he was fluent in the English language. It was funny seeing her pale when she realized that he heard her swearing at him in English underneath her breath. It was a fun few weeks. A time in his hectic life that he could use to relax and just let go. Forget the burden of vying for the place of the Elden Lord. He could just be Izuku Midoriya, a teen-turned man plucked from his world and deposited into another. A man who had seen no rest ever since he was dropped into the lands between. A man who had learned the fate of his own flesh and blood. He needed time to grieve for the loss, and the past few weeks were a godsend. If he learned about it when he was back in the lands between, who knew what might have happened to him? Sighing, Izuku got up from the couch, hand on the remote, pressing the power button to shut the television down. Blinking, he wondered what was happening now in the lands between. Taking down Godric was not a small feat, no matter how inconsequential the demigod was to the throne of the Elden Lord. Did Limgrave change? Did Stormvil Castle get deserted once the lord they were serving was gone? Did New Tarnished populate the lands between because there were no longer those that hunted them in Limgrave? A lot of questions and not enough answers. He supposed that he would know once he gets back. Whenever he gets back. Sir Gideon Ofnir himself was stumped at the current situation, his nose buried deep within various books and scrolls trying to find a way to get him back. After all, a dead pawn was a useless pawn. He didn't say it out loud, but he could feel the way the old Tarnished felt about him. A knock on the door caught his attention, just in time for him to lay down the remote on the table. Heading over with a hum, he twisted the knob and the door went open, revealing the very familiar rat with a large smile on his face. "Good morning, Midoriya," Nezu chirped joyously. "Sorry to come in unannounced, but I have something to tell you, personally." "Oh, now I'm curious." Izuku grinned. Knowing how the rat operated after weeks of being near him, he knew that Nezu didn't do things by halves. No, he had something in that maniacal mind of his, and Izuku had the idea that what he had in mind counted him as well. "How would you like to help in devising the events for the sports festival?" Nezu's maniacal grin told him everything he needed to know. "So, you want me to help you with preparations for the sports festival?" Izuku sipped on his cup of tea, the beverage graciously provided by the principal himself, even though they were currently inside his house. "Just gonna ask you, why? You have your employees, as well as a bunch of other people helping with the planning. Why enlist me? Simple, you have a thought process quite different from today's average man." Nezu sipped on his cup of tea as well, his perfectly practiced technique making sure that none of it spilled onto his pristine clothes. A rarity in this day and age, if I do say so myself. Is my input really that important? Izuku hummed as he placed the cup of tea back on the table, glass clinking against glass. You may value your words less because you haven't seen the total extent of the HPSC's influence on Japanese hero society. Nezu placed his cup of tea on the desk as well, a somber aura emanating from his being. Your time in that other world, as you have said so yourself, may have caused you to forget some aspects of our society that you viewed with rose-tinted glasses up to the time of your death. Looking back on his childhood days, he winced. Yeah, he did view heroes as the big thing, a dream to strive for, but with how he was treated, he saw some of the darker things society had to offer. But even up to the end, he refused to let go of his rose-tinted glasses. It was only when he arrived in the lands between that he had let go of his hopes and dreams, only to be replaced with a new one thanks to Melina. It also made for some perspective shifts that he didn't know he needed. Alright, fine, you want me to help. You got my help. Izuku sighed while standing up from his chair. So, where do we go from here? Why, just back to my office. I've already called upon the others when I decided to come meet you. Nezu grinned smugly. Izuku blinked at the words, Nezu's quirk fascinating him even more. The more he kept on interacting with the rat, the more he saw into that madness that clung deep within his psyche. To be fair, who wasn't mad these days? Just a few hours earlier when browsing through the web, he saw something in an article about the gender wage gap. Why are they asking for the same wage if they refuse to do the same work? Head scratching, is what it is. Then, no need to be wasting daylight. Now that he thought about it, Nezu didn't let the smile on his snout leave his face. Was he expecting this result? With that quirk of his, of course he was. No need to rush, Midoriya. Your punctuality and enthusiasm is appreciated, but you must learn to sometimes take the scenic route in your life. Nezu chuckled for a short while. After all work and no play leads to a very unhappy life. Izuku thought back to the lands between again. When was the last time he ever had time to himself to just unwind? Never. Every day was just the same routine of waking up, exploring, finding something interesting, fighting, sometimes dying, and when everything was all said and done, find a place to set up camp and sleep. It was only when he came back to Japan that he managed to find time to himself, and to be honest, he missed just lounging around with nothing to do other than contemplate. It sometimes brought him back to dark times, but most of the time, just the tranquility and peace that came over him was refreshing. Plus, Melina was here, and he also had access to the round table hold down in the basement. Also, fun fact, nobody other than he and Melina could the sight of Grace in his basement. Understandable, really, as only the Tarnished can see them, and even then, some, if not most of them, lost the sight. A sad turn of events, for sure. So, How will this work? Izuku asked, already seated amongst the entirety of the staff. Quite simple, we all will be brainstorming on possible events to be used during the sports festival. Security and the other logistics will be taken care of by those in the position, isn't that right, Midnight? Nezu pointed his snout towards the R18 heroine, said woman busy looking in the mirror as she fixed her hair that decided to be unruly this day. So, yes, events, people, come on, no need to be shy. We are still following the same format, right? Aizawa muttered, still chilling cozily in that yellow sleeping bag of his that made him resemble a caterpillar. Oh, yes, unless someone here has any good ideas to change the current format, we will be sticking to our default format. For the purposes of our new blood, Midoriya, I will be explaining the default format. Nezu focused his gaze on Izuku. We have 3 main events, along with a bunch of minor events during lunch break for either entertainment purposes or extra credit. However, for the purposes of this meeting, we will be deciding the 3 main events. Anything I should note for the events? Izuku rubbed his chin. Ah, yes, almost forgot that little tidbit. Izuku had the feeling that the rat didn't. The first event must cull the number of students. Since every year level has about 20 students per class, there are a total of 220 students per year, provided that the later years do not have dropouts or unfortunate accidents. The winds coming from the teachers made the entire atmosphere somber, Izuku feeling that these people had seen some shit and then some. He empathized with them, not the part where students of theirs before had literally been rendered unable to continue their hero education, but the part where some of them probably saw their students die right before their eyes. Yeah, that scenario would fuck anybody up. I see, Izuku hummed. So, with that being said, does anyone have any ideas? A hand was raised and her name was called out. Yes, 13. How about an obstacle race? With each obstacle posing a threat to the entire herd of students. Nezu hummed at the thought. Isn't that what we had a few years back? His paws tapped on the desk as he went into deep thought mode. Well, I can see the appeal. Additionally, it hasn't been used for quite a few years now. How about a battle royale? Izuku raised his hand and the entire room fell silent at the suggestion. Nezu looked at him with interest, Aizawa with apprehension, Midnight with concern, and the rest just blurred with the rest. What? While the suggestion has merit, please bear in mind that we have a limited budget. Even with our funds, which is the highest we've ever seen thanks to All Might, it still isn't infinite. Nezu propped up his snout with both of his paws, an action that showcased that the rat was indeed interested. Let's say we take this into consideration, how would we implement it in a way that would allow the students to still have energy to spare for the second event? Why not get rid of the second event? Izuku suggested and Nezu raised a brow. Apologies, I forgot to tell you about the event themes. The first event is a culling of the number of participants, however, it must show what the students can do on their own with scenarios that their quirks either work well on, or the opposite. Nezu began explaining. The second event is where their teamwork is tested, synergizing their quirks with one another on short notice. The third is always a tournament-style competition where students will fight each other, showcasing their abilities. I see, Izuku hummed, the other teachers looking at him curiously. Alright, with that in mind, how about merging the first and second event together? A battle royale could still show individual capabilities, but if we turn it into a team-oriented event, it could also show how they work together on short notice, much more so if they were given a short time to find a team. How about this? Merge the first and second event together by making the battle royale have teams. Plus, it can also help with spotting individual talent when groups fight because, I'm sure you all know about this, group fights are technically just one-on-ones with massive scale. That is true. Aizawa was the one who responded. Well, your suggestions do have merit, however, I still fail to see how it would be better than our tried and true default strategies. Nezu sipped on his cup of tea that he somehow managed to bring into the meeting room without being seen. In fact, some of the teachers looked at the rat with surprise, before it turned into resignation. Well, it could also be used to gauge how they would deal in high-stress situations, as well as come up with strategies on the fly. After all, most of them have no idea about each other's quirks unless they were in the same class. Izuku stated with his hands on the table, fingers rapping against the hard wood creating a rhythmic tapping noise. That is a good explanation. Nezu hummed for a bit. I assume you all are on board with this event. Why not? After that USJ mishap, the students, even those that aren't part of the hero course, could stand to get some experience in fights. Vlad King mused with his hand on his chin. Plus, some of my students are getting a bit heated with Class 1A. Sure, I'm game with this. Present Mike gave the rat a thumbs up. Haven't been able to cast a battle royale before. This is gonna be awesome. Hazashi, please calm down. Midnight sighed, although a smirk was quickly on her face. That being said, yeah, I can see the battle royale being a fun little sport. Question is, what are the rules? Snipe spoke up for the first time during the entire meeting. Can't have it start without a few enforced rules. Quite, but I'm sure we can come up with them in time. However, that is if the battle royale will be our finalized event. So, any objections? Nezu saw no argument from the other teachers, all of them seemingly aboard with battle royale. Very well, if that is all, then we might as well start with going by the rules. The meeting lasted for more than an hour, and once it finished, the teachers all went their separate ways because the school day wasn't even finished yet. Izuku still had to prepare for later afternoon during Class 1B's heroics training, or as they dubbed it with Izuku at the helm of their combat training, Hell Class. Pussies, they wanted to be heroes, then they might as well be physically conditioned to fight anything thrown at them. Why are they complaining when the real thing will just be as harsh, if not more so than what he's giving them? Ugh, where the bloody hell am I? Patches' groans could be heard all around the dark building, his bald head no longer shining underneath the gleaming light of the sun, for their rays were nowhere near him. The hell was I doing again? All right, the dragon, the wolf man, and by Marika's tits. His eyes widened when he recalled the last moment before everything went dark. A giant, fucking portal sucked him up, along with the wolf man and dragon corpse. Quickly surveying his surroundings, because the lands between were just that much of an asshole to anybody within its grasp, he tightened his hands against his spear and shield. Blood fucking hell. Patches swore again when he realized once more that during his confrontation with the wolf man, he dropped his weapons because he didn't want to fight him. Now it came biting him in the ass because of that damned portal. Shit, shit, shit. Okay, everything's fine, just gotta observe, like always, lurk in somewhere dark. Ugh, my head. A voice rattled from nearby, the tone a bit familiar. Where am I? That's what I want to know. Patches immediately replied with a cheeky grin, pushing down his apprehension and fear for the moment. So, how's it going? Like someone bloody hit me in the head with a hammer. Ugh. The wolf man stood up, his height dwarfing Patches. What happened? All I remember is getting sucked into a black portal. Ah shit. You have any idea where we are? Your guess is as good as mine. Patches shrugged, still feeling a bit vulnerable without his weapons. Sure, he could still fight. He wasn't a disabled asshole but an able asshole, and he would fight anybody if they pissed him off. Except that Tarnished. He'd get his ass chopped in half if he tried to fight him again. Well, that screws up most of my timetable. The wolf man groaned, followed by further muttering that Patches wasn't able to hear. Well, might as well go exploring. Patches grinned. Of course, seeing as I am disarmed at the moment, I nominate you to be our vanguard. You really are a slime ball, you know that, right? Patches' grin didn't fall, causing the wolf man to sigh once more. Fine, stay behind me, but don't be useless, alright? You have my word. Patches threw a thumbs up and the wolf man rolled his eyes. Rude. No sense of humor, that wolf man. The two traversed the area, sunlight scarce and darkness overwhelming. The walls were hard concrete, but flimsy enough for the wolf man to break through if necessary. But that would cause the entire building to probably fall on top of their heads, so they'd rather not take the chance. It was after a few more minutes that they had seen light shining from one of the windows, a smile floating up on Patch's face when his bald head finally reflected off that glint of light, not that he was happy about the damn thing. Peeking out of the window, both Patches and the wolf man saw a congregation of humans, those sane, at least, wearing uniform clothes. They looked at each other for a sole moment, before their eyes buggered out when they saw someone very familiar to them. The hell is Izuku doing here? Izuku led the students of Class 1B into Ground Beta, the students following him like sheep to its shepherd. He ignored the murmuring coming from behind, his mind already used to it from the various physical training sessions he'd held with them. He was well aware that he was being talked about behind his back, some of which included the use of derogatory terms. Well, let them. It's not like it could hurt him or anything. Plus, he could get back at them with the tortu training he was about to commit. Discipline is an important factor for heroes, after all. All right. Izuku suddenly stopped, causing the students behind him to stop in their tracks, their whispers dying down as only the howling wind was left roaring in the area. So, anybody here have any idea what we're gonna do today? None of them raised a hand for a few seconds. Izuku waited until somebody did so, and he wouldn't continue until someone did. Initiative is also a valuable trait in the hero business, and pussyfooting was frowned upon by the majority of the veterans. At least, those still alive to enjoy the gift that was life. It only took about half a minute of awkward silence before somebody raised their hand. She had orange hair and teal-colored eyes, face morphed into one that radiated determination. Acknowledging the girl, she lowered her hand and stood at attention. "Sir, will we be conducting urban warfare?" A grin floated up Izuku's face. "What else can we do in this concrete jungle?" He gestured towards the buildings scattered around the area. But with a twist. "You already know how sneaky villains are, or did you forget the time where you all, I dunno, cried for dear ol' mama and papa while cradling yourself with a thumb up your mouth?" At the sudden jab, some of the students winced, specifically, those that had the fortune, or misfortune in their case, to go against him as a demonstration a week ago. It was fun traumatizing teens, and it gave them a healthy dose of fear of being put in the same situation they found themselves with him. Now, you're all gonna have turns doing it yourself. Izuku grabbed a box that he had placed here just a few hours ago in preparation for the test he was going to conduct. Each one of you take a piece of paper from this here box, and we'll move on to the next phase. Immediately, the students formed a single file line, none of them pushing against each other or bumping into each other like mad dogs in a cage, or just human beings in general in a supermarket. They already knew what it was like to get chewed out by him, and Izuku knew they all felt that way. Perks for being feared, but they can't argue he brought results to the table. Already, they were being shown comparable to their sister class, even with less real-life experience. The sports festival was just a few days away, and they were doggedly chasing after them, trying to prove themselves that they were their equals, or their superiors. Must have hurt that the news always kept on talking about Class 1A, leaving Class 1B forgotten on the wayside, but that was a minor problem. They still had those rose-tinted glasses on their eyes, so whenever they saw their sister class, all they saw was the fact that they got to fight villains. They didn't take into consideration that they could have lost their lives, and Izuku tried to ram this thought into those stubborn little heads of theirs, but sadly, his words fell on deaf ears. So, all he could do was make sure that they were ready when shit hits the fan. Once the last student quietly took their slip of paper, noting that it was the pony girl, horns, hooves, and the likes, Izuku tossed the box away like it was worth nothing. Okay. Those with red-colored slips, raised them in the air. 4 students raised their hands, and Izuku had to stifle a laugh. Fate worked in mysterious ways, it seemed. Step forward. Said students stepped forward, those being Itsuka Kendo, Nito Monoma, Setsuna Tokage, and Juzo Honanuki. Well, didn't expect this, but this is probably going to be a very fun afternoon for all of you. Sir, what are we going to do? Izuku's grin didn't leave his lips. Remember when I said that what I did to those 5 last week, you would be doing to yourselves? Kendo furrowed her brows while the rest of the class did the same, before her eyes widened, a metaphorical light bulb hovering atop her head. Yes, you will all get a team, with one team doing their best to escort VIPs, while the other will try to stop them from reaching their destination. Oh, dear God, Shiozaki made the sign of the cross as the light from above shone down upon her. Izuku still had no idea how that keeps happening, or if it was just a part of her quirk they weren't privy to. Hell, even Melina was stumped at the light show, the spectral girl muttering to herself like a mumble rapper. As for how teams will be made, those with the red slips will be each team's leaders. Kendo, Monoma, Honanuki, and Tokage all looked at each other, before their competitive spirit rose from within. And how you choose your team members goes like this. You have a number on your red slip, that's the order in which you'll choose a student from the class. Once all of you have chosen a member, repeat from the beginning until no one is left. Are my instructions clear? It took them a solid moment to understand, but otherwise, they got it loud and clear. With his part done for the moment, Izuku stepped back and let the students do their thing. Take your time, or don't. You have 20 minutes. You pass the threshold and those without a team will be getting a 0 for their session this afternoon. They were about to protest, but a glare silenced them all. He didn't have to remind them that his word was law when he was the one teaching. Again, the pussyfooting thing. They had to erase all manner of hesitation if they wanted to make it big in this cutthroat world, and hesitating could cost someone dearly. Of course, he still had to keep a close eye on them, just to make sure that everybody was playing fair. Can't give one team a very clear advantage over the other. Plus, even the one with first dibs can get countered by the other team leaders by taking the one who they most likely would have chosen on their next turn. It took about 15 minutes for the class to finish their lineups, and Izuku had to say, they really thought about their team composition very hard. But it would be remiss for him to talk about it now. Time's a-wasting, and the sooner they finish this session, the sooner Izuku could go back to lazing around back in his temporary house. He also had to meet with Sir Gideon later in the night. He still needed to get back to the lands between, and lately, the lack of action got him a bit jittery. Even Melina was not exempt from this. Even with her curiosity and enjoyment from consuming all kinds of media found on the internet, her main goal was still and would always be reaching the foot of the Erd tree. And they couldn't do it here in Japan. All right then, you all settled. The students gave him a nod. Okay, the rules are simple. The hero team will have to escort a few VIPs, or in this case, training dummies, from one end of the grounds to the other, while the villain team will have to stop them by any means necessary. This could include knocking the hero team unconscious, tying their wrists with capture tape, or killing the VIPs. Obviously, the moment he mentioned killing the VIPs, even though the VIPs were just robots created for the sole purpose of being destroyed for practice, made them blanch. Just the thought of killing made them queasy, but sadly, even if they didn't want to kill, in this line of work, someone has to do the right thing, even if it meant bloodying their hands. Just think about it. Why the hell would you lock up a villain, who already had dozens of prison breaks and murders under his belt, when instead you could just make sure he was gone permanently? It would save countless lives the villain could have cut short because of reasons nobody cared about. Oh, you were abandoned as a child. You got sexually abused. Nobody gives a shit when you start doing it to others. Do not get him wrong. However, Izuku detested killing, but if it was against people who deserved it, well, sharpen your swords and ready your torches. It was time to burn someone alive and impale them through the ass. Of course, there were limits to that. Why kill a villain when said villain only stole things to either feed himself or just because he was an egotistical ass? Izuku believed that what a person's done is proportional to what he would receive. When a person kills, they better be prepared to be killed back. If a person steals, they better be prepared to be stolen from. It's like a scale. Once they reach past the tipping point, no matter how hard one tries to atone or change, their deeds would forever affect people for an eternity. Grand larceny is one such thing. Why kill the perpetrator when he could still atone for what he's done? Belongings could still be replaced. Mass murderers on the other hand. Your sob story is only going to get them through so much, what with people grieving over the loss of their loved ones. Shaking his head, Izuku heaved out a long sigh. It's just, looking at these hero students, these children reminded him of a time when he was an idealistic young boy. An idealistic young boy who died because he just couldn't let go. Sir, are you okay? And even with their fear, one of them, Kendo, was still able to show him some concern. Hell, most of them were showing concern. Their faces said it all, save for some of them who were still looking at him in fear, Monoma in particular who looked like he was seething, but radiating fear like a water hose. You went silent for a minute there. Sorry, just some bad memories. Izuku calmed his pounding heart, a grin replacing his frown. Anyway, where were we? Ah, right, so, Hero team and villain team rules. Any questions so far? None of the students raised their hands, his instructions ringing crystal clear in their heads. Alright then, by the way, we're going to conduct a round-robin style format, so each team will be able to fight all other teams within the afternoon. Izuku grabbed a whiteboard and marker that was lying nearby. He then created the format in writing, showing it to the rest of the class. So, first group, Kendo vs Tokage. You have 10 minutes to prepare. The rest of you, follow me to the observation area. Following Izuku like good little ducklings, the students not joining the current exercise quietly walked, eyes roaming about everywhere, surveying the area they would likely be in during their turns. The entire ground beta was going to be their playground this afternoon, and if there was one thing Izuku taught them, it was to always observe and take note. Who knows when it could be useful down the line? Unbeknownst to them, Blathe and Patches quietly observed from one of the dilapidated buildings scattered about the area, the wolf man making sure that his sword was always at the ready in case things got messy. The bald man, on the other hand, did his best to appear as small as he could, what with his weapons nowhere to be seen. Blathe had to hold in a scoff. Truly, Izuku's description had not done the bald man behind him justice. He deserved way worse, the slimy coward. Looking away from the retreating figures of Izuku and the group of humans, Blathe hummed as he placed a hand underneath his snout. So, what are we going to do? You mean, when are we going to show ourselves to Izuku? Patch's grin made Blade's eye twitch. Slimy bastard was going to get them killed if he didn't put much thought into their next actions. I mean, he's the Tarnished. Slayer of Godric, now S. Hardbearer, but remember his nickname. The pacifist Tarnished. Blathe sighed at the ridiculous nickname. How he got stuck with that name, he didn't know, and Izuku was anything but pacifistic. He would gladly skewer an opponent, provided said opponent didn't learn his lesson and just leave Izuku the fuck alone. Yep, that's the one. Patch's laughter echoed through the dim hallways. Thankfully, it wasn't strong enough to reach out of the building they were in. Funny that, man nearly killed me, 'cause I thought him a thief. This, coming from you. Blathe raised an eyebrow at the bald man. Patch's grin didn't vanish, and the wolf man was content to let it lie. Anyway, we still need to do something about our predicament. We cannot stay here. Yeah, I can see that. Patches hummed, his signature squat in full display. We get discovered and we may as bloody well say our prayers. Unless we show ourselves to Izuku first. You know, I hate that I can't come up with anything. Blathe sighed as he stood up to his full height, fully dwarfing the bald man in his shadow. Come on, let's get a move on. I'd rather not get frozen feet. Right behind ya. Patches stretched as he stood up, his spine making cracking sounds as he did so. Ah, bloody hell, that hits the spot. Come on or I'm leaving you behind. Blathe called from near the doorway leading to the outside. If you get caught, well, no skin off my back. TCH, heartless bastard. Patches clicked his tongue while following Blade's footsteps. The wolf man sighed. Of all the people to be stuck with, it just had to be the slimeball. Oh well, at least they'll be meeting Izuku again, and truth be told, the Tarnished was a breath of fresh air in the lands between. He couldn't wait to talk with him again, and quite possibly, steer him into service for his lady. She needed all the help she could get with her plan nearing its fruition. Izuku breathed in deeply as he reclined on a chair, the rest of the students behind him quietly observing the feeds being broadcasted via the various drones and cameras that littered the area. Kendo and Tokage's squad were going at it, with Kendo in the lead as she slapped one of her classmates into a concrete wall. Said student growled as he pried himself off from the concrete, his furred body reminding him of the leonine misbegotten he fought in the Weeping Peninsula. Shishida, if he recalled his name correctly, roared and rushed Kendo with vengeance, all previous signs of a civilized person tossed to the wayside as he assumed the stance of a rabid beast. Whoa, I knew Shishida sometimes lost control, but I haven't seen him become straight up feral. A voice from the class piqued his interest. Turning his head, he zeroed in on a brunette boy who was looking at the screens with barely contained awe. His name was Saburaba, at least that's what he remembered from the class list. Damn, he's wailing on her. Various murmurs of agreement followed his remark. A brief glance at the feed showed why. Kendo no doubt had practice with her quirk, taking into account the sudden increase in mass as well as surface area of her hands whenever she used it, but against a man who was strong enough to literally not care about the force being smacked against him, it did jack shit. She tried to apply her knowledge in martial arts, but to no avail, the feral teen proving that martial arts did nothing against overwhelming strength. Kendo was swatted away this time, but before Shishida could follow up, numerous vines held him in its vice grip, its thorns prickling him in every part of his body. The feral teen roared and growled as he struggled to get them off, but a quick slap of a capture tape on his wrist signaled him out of the match. Woo! The class cheered as they saw the end of the sudden altercation. The feed showed that Tokage's team withdrew to fight another day, with Kendo heaving in deep breaths of air as she struggled to her feet. Smiling, Izuku nodded to himself. The students were shaping up to be fine combatants. Tokage would surely have some problems directing her team after that failed ambush, but it was all part of the exercise. To see if they have what it takes to lead under pressure. It went great for Kendo this time, but who knows what might happen in the next fight. After all, battles are unpredictable. Time became a blur as the match continued, with Tokage doing her best to derail Kendo's group with hit-and-run tactics. It was made infinitely easier because her quirk made it possible to get a bird's-eye view of the entire arena, making it harder for Kendo's team to run from sight. As they neared the extraction point, a new mechanic made itself known. The VIPs that they were escorting suddenly fell to the floor. This caused no small amount of confusion and panic amongst Kendo's group, while Tokage saw this as an opportunity to wrap things up. The moment the VIPs' knees met the ground, Tokage gave the all-clear to rush the panicking group. Not ready for the sudden assault, Kendo's group floundered for a brief moment until they were all captured by a grinning Tokage, who had separated and floated her hands amidst the confusion to tie their wrists with the capture tape. All in all, the exercise was a success. Now it was time to call in the next group so they could be tested next. The whole afternoon was spent with the students all going at one another with wild abandon, all the while Izuku observed and took note of their strengths, weaknesses, tactical ability, and creative thinking. Overall, he had a good grasp on each of the students' physical and mental profile. At least, when it came to fighting and escorts. Sadly, none of them tried to kill the VIPs. One team was able to take one of the VIPs hostage, but they didn't destroy them. Did his words really have that much of an impact? What if he didn't say the word, kill? Would they then try to destroy the VIPs as fast as possible to prevent further losses? It was mind-boggling how brainwashed the students here were when it came to morals and ethics. Out there, in the cold world, villains wouldn't care about the lives lost. If this was a real scenario, the VIPs would surely be dead right about now. Palming his face, Izuku sighed to himself. Despite their competence at combat, they still had a long way to go if they wanted to make it in their careers. No matter how hard some of his temporary colleagues tried to hide it, Izuku could see it in their eyes. They all had bad days, and some days, it took something from them that would never be returned. Not a big deal, they'll grow out of it once they get their first taste of criminal activity. Izuku muttered, a hint of frustration seeping into his voice as he bid the students goodbye, most of them hunched down as they slowly made their way to Recovery Girls' Infirmary. The old heroine held one hell of a grudge against him, and he fueled it even more by sending her a batch of bruised and beaten students every time he held one of his more physical exercises. Now then, care to show yourselves? The kids aren't here anymore. Izuku called out to one of the buildings, the shadows darkening the interior making it impossible to see it from the outside. An amused snort echoed from the once-thought empty building, a tall figure slowly emerging from the shadows. Been a while, Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw the familiar snout of the man who he counted as a friend in that dreaded continent. Not where I thought you'd be after missing for a few weeks, teaching whelps like those with not an iota for killing. What the wolf said, and his face scrunched up the moment he saw Patches and his big shiny head peer through the open door. Ah, don't look at me like that. Why not give your old chum here a great big hug? Oh, right, by the way, Ria is still waiting for her item. Ah, I knew I was forgetting something. Izuku scratched the back of his head, fully aware he had made a big mistake. It's still with me, Just got stuck in my homeland because of something I didn't know was even possible. Ah, are you perhaps speaking of the strange black portal that sucked us as well? Izuku nodded at Blade's question, the wolf man grunting at the affirmation. Quite a problem, Stuck in a strange place, far from the lands between. Dare I say it feels like a different realm altogether. Ah, yeah, about that. Blade's eyes widened just a tad when Izuku began to speak. We are currently in our homeland of Japan, which, as you can see, is very far from the lands between. I've been stuck here for weeks, while also consulting some of the Tarnished in the roundtable hold on how to get back. So, what you're saying is, we're stuck here for an indefinite amount of time. Blathe looked a bit distraught, his fingered gauntlets twitching ever so slightly. Well, that puts a dent in my plans. Patches grumbled to himself, but otherwise, seemed not that much put off by the sudden turn of events. Well, anyways, as long as you're here, it means that my shop is still open for business. His face morphed into a frown for a moment. Well, until I can get stock of my items, until then, Patches' Emporium will remain closed. There is just one problem with that, Patches. Izuku's words caught the bald man's attention. This place isn't like the lands between. You can't just loot people here, otherwise, the authorities in charge of the functioning government will haul your ass to the nearest dungeon. There's a functioning order here. Patches pursed his lips, hand coming to rub against his bald head. That puts a dent in my plans, then. Oh, yeah, one more thing. Izuku turned around and beckoned for them to follow. We might want you to get settled with one of the main people running this entire school. School? You mean like the Academy of Raya Lucaria? Blathe asked while striding along, Patches following suit, completely lost but doing his best to look unaffected. Yeah, you could say that, but instead of learning about magic, they mostly learn about society, history, some laws and rules, and the most important of all, combat. So, a nightly school, Patches grinned, hand coming up to rub his bald head, the harsh sun rays stinging against his shiny dome. Not that far off, the name's different though. Izuku knew his next words were gonna get some laughs from the slimeball, and with the added context of the lands between, it was understandable. It's a hero school. What? Patches had the look of a gobsmacked commoner that had lost all hints of sanity. Hero school? You're not joking, are you? As much as I wish I was, nope. The institution I am currently teaching at is a bona fide hero school. It was silent for all of 5 seconds, before Patches burst into a laughing fit. Even Blathe wasn't exempt from this, an amused snort coming from his snout as he towered over them. This continued for a few more seconds, the three of them moving on even as one of them howled like he was going to die of lack of breath. Once Patches finally calmed down, Izuku found it the best time to break it to them. Alright, you got that all out of your system. If Patches' wheezing was any indicator, it meant that yes, he was done. Good, because here's the hard part. Since both of you are here, I'll have to let the principal know. Not that I really need to since he has the entire place on his watch 24/7. Why, you know me too well, Midoriya. Nezu's voice echoed through the entire area, spooking both Blathe and Patches, the half-wolf growling and drawing his greatsword while the bald man cowered behind the tall figure, his weapons nowhere in sight. Why, I do apologize for spooking two of your guests, but you must know after what had happened in the USJ, we can't be too careful with our security details. Who was that? Blathe glared at anything and everything, nose twitching as he tried to smell anything that was off in the environment. The principal, Izuku commented, not too bothered by their reactions. It was a given that they would react this way. So, Nezu, mind if I brought these two to your office? Yes, I would at this time. This got Izuku to raise his eyebrow. At the moment, there are still students roaming the halls. I would like your two guests to remain unknown to the student body for the time being. Can't have them spreading the word about two sudden appearances, one of which looking armed to the teeth. Yeah, that's understandable. Izuku hummed and gestured for Blathe to lower his weapon. The wolf man looked a bit apprehensive, but Izuku's demeanor made him agree and sheathe his greatsword. Patches still cowered behind him, though. So, what are we supposed to do? Wait, yes. I'll give you a call once the school is empty enough. Izuku looked at both Blathe and Patches, Nezu's proclamation giving him a few ideas to burn time. In the meantime, you can do whatever you want, so long as you don't damage the area too much, as well as make too much noise enough to be heard in the main school grounds. All right then, see you later, Nezu. Giving a mock salute to one of the cameras littering the area, Izuku turned back to the two who were looking at him with confused looks. So, wanna spar? Nezu sat upon his throne made of soft cushions and heightened legs, paws tapping against the smooth surface of his desk. He reached for his cup full of tea and took a gentle sip, his home technique making sure that it didn't spill onto his pristine clothes. He brought a paw to his head throbbing as he thought of the future headaches he was going to have thanks to Midoriya's unforeseen guests. If it was just the bald human, he could spin dozens of tales since he looked harmless enough. The wolf mutant, however, was harder. From what he'd seen while looking through the lenses of various cameras around the school, he managed to see how they managed to arrive in his school, teleportation. He was this close to calling for an emergency, only to stay in hand once he noticed them just looking at the gaggle of students led by Midoriya, or more specifically, at Midoriya himself. It made him wonder if they had some sort of past with each other. Sighing to himself, Nezu leaned back into his seat, paws covering his face. If word of this gets out, no doubt the media would immediately hound them about the safety precautions they had set up after the USJ incident. If one was able to teleport inside their school grounds, no less, it would be a scandal unlike any other. It was imperative that what happened doesn't get out into the masses. The public already has fewer brain cells than they have their average IQ. Just imagining them jumping onto the bandwagon that their most prestigious hero academy wasn't fit to teach their children was going to be a nightmare. The HPSC was already brainwashing them. Nezu didn't need even more of their brain slop seeping into the masses. He moved his paw towards one of the buttons present underneath his desk. Pressing it, he cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone hidden within the desk. Eraserhead, kindly come up to my office, will you? Also, bring Midnight with you. We have a special case of Code 1-1-AC. Letting go of the button, Nezu took another sip of his tea, only to find it empty. Pressing the button once more, he spoke into the microphone. Also, please bring with you another box of tea, I'm all out, unfortunately. Done with relaying his orders, Nezu waited for the time the two entered his office. Checking the time, it was just shy of 5 p.m. That would signal the end of most club activities, thus leaving the school a barren wasteland during the night. That would be the optimal time to go meet Izuku's guests. A smile formed on his snout as he recalled the first time he met Midoriya. Maybe they could be of use with his plans going into the future. Only time will tell, however. Oh ho ho ho, he couldn't wait for them to meet. Melina was confused. She didn't think that more of her fellow countrymen would be arriving in Izuku's home world. It made her a little hopeful that there would be a way to get Izuku back to the lands between so he could fulfill his promise to her. The hallways were eerily silent. Izuku, Patches, and Blathe tread through them slowly, both the Wolfman and Bald Man unnecessarily cautious, while Izuku whistled a tune without a care in the world. Each of their steps echoed throughout the area, the rhythmic tapping of boots and shoes creating a cacophony of noise that could instill anxiety in anyone caught dead alone in these halls. Patches and Blathe were content to follow the greenette in abject silence, their eyes wandering around to see if there was anything out of the ordinary in the place, not that they would see anything amiss since they weren't used to Japan's architecture. As they trudged through, Melina couldn't help but observe both of her companions' wayward guests. Patches was someone she held no trust of whatsoever. She had encountered the man numerous times in the past with her previous companions, and they were scammed by the bald man, resulting in their multiple deaths. Of course, they went back for sweet revenge because that was the normal reaction. Most of them weren't able to do it. They either died to him or died trying to get to him. But that didn't mean the bald man was no stranger to death. He had already died a handful of times at this point. Strange seeing him retaining the same personality after hundreds, if not thousands of years. Blathe, on the other hand, she knew. She knew all too well. Izuku was the only one out of all of her companions to come face to face with the shadow-serving Ranni. It was a sight seeing Izuku interacting with Blathe like they were old friends. He did, after all, help the half-wolf find Darrywheel, the traitor that he was. So, Izuku, a small question, if you would be kind enough to answer. Blade's smooth tone contrasted his rugged looks. Izuku turned his head around, his lips still whistling that eerie tune. I know you've said that we'll be meeting the principal of this academy, but may I ask who he is? True. Can't really make a good first impression if we don't know even a single thing about the man. Patches hummed, a hand cupping his chin. Like, his favorite food. Maybe his hobbies. What about dislikes? Well, he does like his tea. The sweet ones, at least. Izuku said while his feet continued guiding his way. Principal Nezu is also something of a control freak. He likes being on top of people. The speakers around the hallway buzzed with static, a light-hearted voice coming from the undoubtedly principal of this here academy. Oh my, Midoriya, I do like how you know me in such deep detail. The rat chuckled, the speakers conveying the mirth hidden from observing eyes. However, I would like to surprise them when we meet face to face. Considering the circumstances, I would be most pleased if you didn't babble some things about myself that would ultimately be harmless. Oh right, forgot that the walls here have ears. Both Blathe and Patches looked at Izuku like he had grown a second head, their apprehension showing through their body language. It may not be obvious, but Melina had spent millennia observing the world and its inhabitants, and as someone who was invisible to the naked eye, she managed to pick up a skill or two here with reading people. It was reminiscent of the rat that ran this academy, now that she thought of it. Anyway, no need to worry. Principal Nezu wouldn't hurt you too, unless you give him a valid reason. Oh great, that just makes this a tiny bit bearable, not? Patches sighed, and Melina couldn't help but think that Blathe thought the same. So, where is his office, anyway? Everything here looks the same, and it's messin' with my head. Just a couple of doors away, Izuku said as they passed through the teacher's lounge, the doors slightly ajar with piercing blue eyes peeking through them. And the uniform surroundings are intentional, I think. Something along the lines of making it hard for intruders to know where they are. A plausible tactic. Blathe responded with nod. Melina had to agree. With her unique form, phasing through the walls and staying hidden to the naked eyes made it possible to spy on the rat. And the actions he did when not in view of prying eyes made her shiver. He would be right at home in the lands between during its peaceful times. She doubted most of the demigods would even compare to his natural intellect, though it was kind of shocking that it was a part of his power. His quirk. Politics would be child's play for him. The various lords and ladies would be no match. Imagine what the rat would be like if he was one of the spawns of Marika. Just imagining it sent a shiver down her spine. Letting out a soft sigh, Melina decided to keep pace with the trio, her steps lagging behind because of the horrifying thought that entered her mind. She shivered again. The rat, under no circumstances, was allowed to head to the lands between. It was already a massive pit of degeneracy and the insane, but adding the rat on top of that might just make everything turn for the worse. Her feet stopped when the trio in front of her did the same, their heads turned towards a closed door. Well, here it is, Principal Nezu's office. Izuku said, and the two behind him, or more specifically, Patches, gulped slightly. After what Nezu had been doing, which was just speaking through the PA system, something unheard of in the lands between because of their backwater technology, it was normal for someone like him to be a bit nervous. Knocking on the door, Izuku called out to the rat inside his throne room. Principal Nezu, we're here. Ah, come in, come in. No need to stay gaggled up on my front door. Nezu's voice echoed from his pristine chambers. Melina's senses caught two more other people within the chambers as well, one of which being distinctly female. No doubt, Izuku had also realized that Nezu wasn't the only one inside his office. Smart for the rat to have some insurance in the case Blathe or Patches became a bit too unruly for his tastes, not that he needed to worry with her companion watching the two like a stormhawk. Blathe would behave himself. He didn't want to risk his involvement with Ranni and put her plan in jeopardy, but Patches. Izuku needed no permission to smack him a few times if he did go too far. Their first meeting wasn't all that peaceful, after all. Opening the door, Izuku headed in, followed by both Blathe and Patches, the half-wolf ducking slightly because the door, even made with gigantification quirks in mind, was a tad too short for him. Inside waited Nezu, paws lightly stirring his cup of tantalizing tea, the scent making Melina want another cup for herself. Eraserhead, still looking like he needed a good amount of sleep just to function with even a modicum of performance, and Midnight, the woman who had wanted to fornicate with her companion upon first laying eyes on him. That thought changed when she realized he was still a minor, although Melina would be hard-pressed to call him a minor. Every death in the lands between took time to come back. Some were gone for days, others, a few hours. There were even cases where it took months before someone reformed. And that's not even taking into account the mere fact that rune strengthening has effects on one's personal growth. Mentally, Izuku might still be a child, although that was up to debate because of his experiences, but biologically, for all intents and purposes, Izuku was a full-fledged adult. Please, take a seat. You too as well. Nezu gestured for the unoccupied sofa, Izuku plopping his ass on the soft cushions with nary a care in the world. Blathe and Patches looked at him, then at Nezu, then to the other two in the room silently observing them, one with a tired gaze and another with a sultry smirk, then finally to each other. It took a few more seconds for the two of them to come to terms with the situation and sit on the couch alongside Izuku, Patches taking his left and Blathe taking his right. Melina was content to be standing, her form invisible to everyone within the room. Now, glad to finally meet your acquaintance. Nezu cheerfully started things off. My name is Nezu, the principal of this academy. Those two you see are two of the teachers here, Eraserhead and Midnight respectively. Eraserhead grunted as a response and Midnight waved her hand at the two. Patches and Blathe didn't know how to respond to that, so they remained silent. So, may I have your names? Nezu questioned. Blathe. A one-word answer came out of the half-wolf's snout. Well now, that's not how you make an introduction. Where are your manners? Patches grinned, his eyes roaming around the room and each inhabitant's faces. Hello there. My name's Patches. Owner of the famous Patches Emporium. Home to the finest goods one can find in the land. His smile grew strained. At least, until I lost all of it after whatever that freak show happened. Freak show. Nezu had a glint in his eye, snout forming a tight smile. Do tell. A simple affair, really. Patches shrugged. There I was, rooting through the corpse of a dragon somebody killed, probably by this one sitting right next to me, when all of a sudden, this fella right over here decided that threatening me was an okay thing to do. Quote. Really, you're making me the bad guy. Blathe grunted as he glared at the unapologetic bald man. Hold on a second, you said dragon. Midnight interrupted, brows furrowed as she held a hand out in front. Quote. Oh, you mean the dragon in One Giant Lake? Izuku asked and Patches gave him a nod. Yep, he said, popping the P. That's the one. You killed it, didn't ya? A slow nod. Well, I'll be damned. First you slay a Geel, now this. You sure you don't have any runes to spare? I promise you the items I have back in Lernia are top quality. As interesting this conversation has been, it still does not answer how and why you two are here. Nezu looked at Izuku for a brief moment. Both Midnight and Eraserhead looked at each other for a brief moment, also a bit mind-boggled at the fact that her companion had slain dragons. I was just getting to that. Patches chuckled sheepishly, the aura emanating from the rat something to behold. Even Blathe wasn't exempt from the effect, the wolf man slightly adjusting himself in his seat. So, Blathe arrived, threatened me, then when we got to even ground, a giant, black portal sucked the two of us in. Last we knew it, we were in a dark building. That answers some of my questions, then. Nezu gestured towards the laptop that was sitting on his desk. Turning it around, both Blade's and Patches' eyes widened when they saw what was displayed on the screen. Patches and Blathe being spat out from thin air, their bodies crashing against the floor, unconscious. Before that, however, they spotted the thing that spat them out, or traces of it at least. They couldn't make heads or tails out of it, even the cameras refused to display the entire thing, the screen glitching out whenever it came up on screen. What you see right now is the recording of how you two came into my school. Eraserhead and Midnight were incredibly silent as they watched the footage, the fairer of the duo's eyes slightly wide opened. As you can see here, catching even a glimpse of the thing that spat you here is impossible. I've done everything in my capabilities, and not once have I managed a breakthrough. Well now, that was interesting. Perhaps sorceries and incantations do not play nice with their advanced technology, but that would be assuming that whatever sent them here were spells cast by others. No, what was more plausible was that something sent them here. Something strong. Something unexplainable. Does the Greater Will have plans for this world as well? It had already left the lands between to its fate, so maybe Japan, no. Earth was its new dwelling. Maybe that was why Izuku was able to even arrive at the lands between in the first place. After all, the Greater Will held power unimaginable. She shivered. Just thinking about it made her want to shut that thought down and erase it from her memory. Huh, so that's what it looks like. Izuku, the undaunted being that he was, mused to himself. Was that how I got here as well, Nezu? Indeed. Nezu played another video, this time in a ruinous city burning to the ground where a few people were roaming the area. A few seconds later, in came Izuku hurtling to the ground with his armor masking his visage. The land was anything but graceful, his body crashing against the ground forcefully. The observers nearby were a bit stunned, but not long after that, two of them were bisected in half and the last one went running for the hills. Patches smirked while Blathe couldn't help but raise a brow at the display. Midnight and Eraserhead, however, scowled at it, uncomfortable at the mere prospect of seeing one of their colleagues, temporary, may she add, kill a man. However, they were all focused on one important part of the video. The portal from which Izuku came. It too, just like what had happened in the previous video, was glitchy and hard to understand. The more one tried to look into it, the more one had a pounding headache that threatened to consume their entire mind. Melina could tell, she was affected too. So, for her to be affected, just imagining how it would affect other people unlike her, or her companion, was quite the thought. Just for that alone, the rat had her respect, if his actions were anything to go by. Eraserhead and Midnight, however, didn't pass the test. They clutched at their heads, groaning and moaning at the sudden pain that assaulted their senses. That is precisely why it is near impossible to analyze the footage. Nezu folded the laptop with a grim tone. Sporadic headaches and visual hallucinations. I should know, I've tried multiple times. Quote. Oh. Blade's sudden response echoed throughout the silent room, the other inhabitants all focusing their gaze on the half-wolf. Melina, however, noticed something else. His fur. Even by a tiny amount, they were standing on end. Nezu no doubt noticed this as well, the observant rat that he was. Oh ho, something to add, Blathe? Nezu asked. Quote. You may call it a hunch, but... No, never mind. Blathe shook his head, his mouth shut. Nezu raised a brow at the actions, while Eraserhead and Midnight were still reeling from the video. Oddly enough, Patches was all right, and Izuku was still being Izuku. Nothing to share. The half-wolf remained silent, and the rat sighed. Very well, then, Eraserhead, Midnight, please bring our guests to Midoriya's home where they'll be staying for the foreseeable future. The two teachers looked like they wanted to protest, but Nezu's word was law, and as the smartest being in the school, knew things that their human brains possibly couldn't comprehend. So, with a sigh and a shrug, Eraserhead and Midnight guided the two, along with Izuku, to their temporary abode. As the group exited the room, Melina stared back into the office. As the door closed shut, she managed one last glance at the rat's actions. A pen and paper on the desk. Curious. With technology like this, one would think that they would be using the digitized version of notes, but... Curious indeed. Perhaps a bit more snooping was in order. Well, here we are, my humble abode. Izuku turned around and stretched his arms wide open, both Patches and Blathe looking at him like some kind of street performer. Midnight and Eraserhead has opted to go their own way once his house came into view, so that just left him, the bald man, and the half-wolf to their own devices. Not that they would do anything untoward, what with how the walls had eyes and ears everywhere. If there was one thing Izuku respected of the rat, it was that he valued security. Strange design for a house, Patches was the first to move forward, greedy eyes roaming all across the property in an attempt to find anything worth of value. A difference in culture and technology. Izuku replied while sticking close to the man, making sure that his grubby mitts didn't grab anything to sell it back to him later in the lands between. And, the funny thing is, if Patches did manage to grab something from his house he liked, such as soap, and he ran out in the lands between, Izuku would be willing to cough up runes like no tomorrow just to buy it back. Also, keep your hands to yourself, Patches. What? I wasn't doing anything, I swear on my good name. Patches grinned and held his hands behind his back. If there ever was a poorly disguised liar, Patches would be it. He'd have to ask Melina to keep an eye on the bald man, just to make sure he doesn't incur the wrath of the rat running the entire school. Thieves aren't respected in this world. I'd listen to him if I were you. Blathe stepped in, his height towering over the two as he held his snout up high. His eyes roamed the property for a scant few seconds, before letting out a low hum. Looks decent enough. You should check the inside. Izuku chuckled as he moved towards the front door. Laying his hand upon the knob, he twisted it, only to realize that it was locked. Scratching the back of his head, he tried to recall where he left the keys, only to be reminded by the spectral girl whispering into his ear. You left it underneath the doormat. Giving his mental thanks to Melina, because he sure as hell didn't want the two to know that he had someone following him, and by extension, them while fully invisible. Taking the key from under the floor mat, he inserted it into the doorknob and twisted it open. A normal person would think that with the technology advancements, security would also advance, but no, physical locks still did the job splendidly, sometimes even surpassing those of digital origins. Entering the house, Izuku was followed by both Blathe and Patches, their eyes once again roaming the insides of his humble abode. No doubt, they were confused the moment they laid eyes on the giant screen hanging upon one of the walls. Izuku, what is that? Blathe pointed towards the TV screen and Izuku smirked. Silently picking up the remote that laid on the couch, he'd have to teach his spectral companion to learn to leave the remote on the table instead of the couch. He pressed on the power button and waited for the TV to boot up. Blade's eyes widened when it lit up, showing live video feed about another hero duking it out with a villain within Musudafu. Curious, he approached the screen, Patches doing the same as his eyes remained glued on the ensuing fight. Giving a knowing smirk, Izuku tapped both of their shoulders and pointed towards the couch. His intentions known, the half-wolf and the bald man took their seats and watched intently as the ensuing controlled chaos continued. Downtown Musudafu in turmoil today as Kamui Woods tries to contain a budding villain that is on the run. The scene portrayed the hero, Kamui Woods, using his quirk to immobilize the villain, one that had an appearance quite similar to that of the beastman from Farum Azula. Huh, that villain looks eerily similar to the one I fought in a cave. Izuku muttered, a hand reaching to cup his chin. The air around him swirled for a tiny bit, just enough for him to only notice it and leave the others inside clueless. Fret not, Izuku, that villain is nowhere near a beastman from Farum Azula. Melina whispered into his ear once more, her silky tone reassuring him that she would never leave his side until their deal was done. You don't have to worry about inhabitants from the lands between seeping into your homeworld. But what if it does happen? Izuku glanced to the side to where Melina was standing, her form still unseen to the naked eyes. It happened to me, happened to these two. What if I didn't kill the dragon in the lake and it was somehow sent here? Melina was silent, the spectral girl pursing her lips as her lone eye closed. It took a few more seconds before it opened, her soul eye piercing deep within Izuku's soul. If that does come to pass, then trust in your homeworld's protectors. That's the thing, I don't. Izuku admitted quite bluntly, the heroes here, they're used to peaceful lives. I don't know if you've seen it, I'm sure you already do, but they aren't used to wanton violence and mass death. Melina went silent again. No doubt she'd already have a thought like this during her observations of his world. Sighing, Izuku left the two to their watching, both the half-wolf and bald man entranced with the television screen. A smile floated up his face. They were just like Melina when she first saw the TV. Entering the kitchen, he decided to make some snacks for the two. Might as well give them a taste of Japan cuisine, a stark contrast from the grub that could be found everywhere in the lands between. He just had to make sure that he didn't include any chocolate. Blathe may be half-wolf, but he was still wolf enough that Izuku was scared he might accidentally poison the man. Nezu propped up his snout, eyes glaring at the screen in front of him. Engrossed as he was at the scene, he didn't notice the knock on his door until after the 5th time. "Ah, apologies. Come in." Nezu shut the laptop closed and waited for his visitor to come in. The door opened, and in came Eraserhead, his sleep-deprived look still present on his face, even if Nezu had already given him enough time to sleep during the day for his nightly operations. "Principal Nezu." Eraserhead closed the door and locked it shut, eliciting a raised eyebrow from the rat. "It's about those two with Midoriya. Ah, your distrust is warranted." Nezu nodded and unfolded his laptop open. Changing the feed from the news showing Kamui Woods' opponent and into Midoriya's living room, where the two were also watching said feed with Kamui Woods, Nezu turned his laptop around to show Eraserhead what the two were up to. "As you can see here, as of right now, they aren't a threat to our daily operations. What about tomorrow? Or next week?" Eraserhead narrowed his eyes, his distaste for the two roiling off him like a fountain. Midoriya was a gamble, and so far, it has turned out relatively well, save for his influence amongst the students, but these two. They're hiding something. Oh, for sure. Nezu's eyes trailed towards the half-wolf, his curiosity about the man piqued to no ends. Blathe here is a given, seeing as how he refused to share something about how they, and by extension, Midoriya, came here. Patches, I believe, is just a shady businessman. Ignoring the bald one for the moment, what are we going to do with the half-wolf? Eraserhead took a seat, his fingers wrapping across the glass table right in front of him. As of now, nothing. Nezu shrugged, his eyes not leaving the figure on the screen. We can't risk alienating them. They have information about the anomaly that brought them here, and something tells me that you, nor the others would be able to take them down if it came to it. I'd also wager that Midoriya would take their side instead of ours when it came down to the wire. Why? Why would Midoriya turn traitor? Eraserhead furrowed his brows. From what I have observed these past few weeks, Midoriya still has unfinished business from where his two acquaintances came from. As such, he would follow them just to be able to return to that place. Nezu sighed and folded the laptop close, seeing as there wasn't anything interesting going on at the moment. I doubt he'd cause major damage, but he would make it hard for us to capture them. To be honest, though, I'd fully support him leaving and going back to wherever he came from. His existence is just too much of a risk for us. Why take him in then? At the question, Nezu sighed and pawed his face. Would you rather the man who managed to fend off All Might move about Japan without restrictions? Nezu asked a question back. Plus, even with his liability, his methods teaching the students prove invaluable, even with how harsh it is. He could also be of help if ever more villains decide that my school is a prime target for their games. I can see why. Eraserhead sighed, head bowed as his eyes closed. A few seconds of silence passed by before he turned his gaze back on the principal, propping his snout up with both of his paws. All right, I'll trust you on this for now. Hopefully, it wouldn't backfire on us. Standing up, Eraserhead moved to exit the room, his stride not breaking even as he opened and closed the door on the way out. As do I, Eraserhead. As do I, Nezu muttered to himself, digits playing with each other as he extended and retracted his short, sharp claws. Shinji was normally a level-headed man. Between villain takedowns and contraband shakedowns, he would always stay calm and collected, never letting his decision-making prowess suffer from outside factors. So, the fact that his teeth were grit underneath his mask as he tried to dodge the villain's bladed weapon hurtling towards him was making him question whether he really was a calm man. Ducking underneath, he used his quirk, wooden branches extending from his fingers, to snare the villain's legs, only for him to jump forward with a snarl, his roots missing his legs entirely. Gasping, Shinji rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the sharp claws and talons the villain had, the natural weapon carving through asphalt like they were paper. The villain wasn't done, however, as the moment he landed, his arm reached for the weapon lodged inside the asphalt and began swinging it around like a madman. Not in a position to try and evade the blade, Shinji immediately made a barrier with his quirk to protect himself from the oncoming onslaught. Blade met wood and branches went flying, but Shinji just made more as he struggled to his feet. The villain was damned persistent, that was for sure, but nobody has infinite stamina, and as the onslaught slowed, he took a risk and used his other hand for a counter-offensive. Branches extending out, the wood snared the villain's legs. For a brief moment the attacks ceased, and Shinji took the opportunity to wrap up the fight. His second hand freed from defending himself, branches extended itself from his fingers and bound the villain's wrists. He didn't let go of his weapon, however, the bladed edge still a threat if he ever got close. Thankfully, his quirk didn't require him to get close. As he rose to his feet, Shinji could hear the screams and shouts from his fans cordoned off by the police. As much as he loved the attention, this was one of the times that he wished they didn't stay and watch. It was hard trying to keep the villain from advancing too close to them, but at least he was fixated on him. Making sure that the villain was wrapped tightly with his quirk, he called for the police to come and detain the maniacal villain, who at this point seemed like he was all but feral. Releasing a breath of relief, he turned towards the media broadcasting his feat, as well as the cheering fans, and gave them a wave. No point in showing them just how exhausted he was with the fight. Once he was done giving his attention to the bystanders, he approached the house where this villain came from. They got a report saying that they heard strange noises coming from this house in particular during the night, but they chalked it up to their neighbors doing something inappropriate for minors. The next night, however, the noise was back and louder than ever. They also hadn't seen their neighbors in a full day. It was during this day that Shinji got the memo to investigate, seeing as how the police were currently up their necks trying to help coordinate the UA Sports Festival, as well as look for clues about the League of Villains that had attacked said school a few weeks prior. Entering the house, all seemed fine, until the smell hit him, at least. He cringed underneath his mask, hand coming up to his face to try and dampen the smell. Entering the building, the stench grew even worse, eyes tearing at just how awful it was. The house was a two-story building, owned by one Kurihara Aki, married to Kurihara Ran, formerly Toshiro Ran, with a 12-year-old daughter, Kurihara Mai. They also had a reputation within the neighborhood for being kinky, save for their daughter, who they made sure stayed away from any of their fetishes. The appearance of the villain was the first thing he knew something was wrong, the second was the smell. The third were the toppled and destroyed furniture that littered the kitchen, unseen by those in the living room. As Shinji continued searching for clues, he heard shuffling coming from the front door. Looking over, he saw some of the police begin their investigation as well, prompting Shinji to continue his search. The fridge laid open, food and beverages scattered amongst the ground and within. Vegetables and the sort were untouched, if thrown away, but meat was all but missing. Leaving the kitchen, he headed for the second floor, and it seemed that the police beat him to it. The stench was also stronger here, and a pit formed in his stomach. It didn't take long to find the source. Inside one of the bedrooms, a trio of bodies could be seen. Blood scattered across the area, innards spilled across the ground like some kind of morbid art, their faces twisted into utter horror and pain. And their flesh looked as if they were chomped on, gorged upon like they were fresh meat. Bile rose from his throat and Shinji had to force himself to swallow it down. The same couldn't be said for some of the policemen, who immediately stormed out to empty their stomachs. As he looked at the trio of bodies, one of which was smaller than the other two, Shinji knew that the villain he caught was going to have an incredibly bad time. The day was here, the path leading to the giant stadium packed with tourists and media alike. Heroes patrolled the area while coordinating with local police force, ensuring that no dastardly villain would dare ruin the momentous occasion. Not that they would, Izuku chuckled. Who in their right mind would try and ruin an event guarded by even the topmost hero of the country? That's not even to say the amount of ire they would get from the public population for destroying what was considered a national holiday. Yes, they considered the UA Sports Festival a national holiday. The same couldn't be said for other schools' sports festival. Plus, from a tactical perspective, it was just plain idiotic. Why stop when an enemy of yours is making a mistake? Showcasing their abilities for the whole world to see. Now that was an act that just screamed, "This is my weakness." Sighing as he walked through the dense crowds of onlookers, some stalls set up to provide the guests souvenirs or food, Izuku found himself nearly bored to death. After having helped Nezu and his other colleagues help with the events for the sports festival, Izuku was shunted off to the wayside to entertain wayward guests. Patches, the scheming little rat that he was, opened a stall selling some goods he managed to bring along with him stuffed inside his own bottomless box. And wasn't that a shocker? Damned sleazeball was holding out on him. He'd have to give him a shakedown once they were away from prying eyes just so he could see what he had in stock. Blathe, meanwhile, was content roaming around the place, not being given a second glance other than kids marveling at his looks and height. At that thought, Izuku had to pinch the bridge of his nose. Of course, the adults would have to behave themselves. It was no secret that there were times normal people hated on those with different forms just because. But if they didn't want to get their sorry asses tossed out of the school grounds, they'd have to show they were all diamonds and pearls. Already, he could see some people eyeing Blathe from afar, their mouths formed in a slight frown as the half-wolf was tugged here and there by the rowdy children. Seeing a hardened warrior being subjected to the whims of children somehow warmed his heart, as it did Melina's as she watched on in her spectral form with a slight smile. Leaving the two to their own devices was in and of itself a gamble. Have them frolic about for a bit before their inevitable return to the lands between, where death resides on every corner if you weren't careful enough. I've seen videos of gatherings such as these, and it's quite different from what I had imagined. Melina murmured, her voice being nearly drowned out by the hustle and bustle of the crowd around them. Quite different from our festivals, although at least one of them is quite common amongst men. She looked at the stadium and Izuku followed her gaze. With a hum and a thought, he agreed. There would always be one constant when it came to a festival of such proportions, and that was competition. It didn't matter what kind of competition, whether it be a blood sport, a tournament fight, or just plain festivities, people would be people and would be clamoring for the next set of entertainment. Wait a second, wasn't there something about a festival too in the lands between? Izuku tried to think but couldn't for the life of him remember where he heard about it. Was it from the nomadic merchants he had come across? Or the mutterings of the insane men and women that littered the continent like pests? I can see trouble brewing in your mind, Izuku. You need not be shy. I can answer your question, if I have the knowledge. Melina walked closer, both of them nearly touching shoulders. I'm just a bit forgetful. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Wasn't there supposed to be a festival back in the lands between? I think it was somewhere in Kaled. Ah, you speak of the Radon festival. Melina hummed. If my memory served me correctly, it is a gathering of the greatest warriors in an attempt to see who can fell the mighty general. Oh, now I remember. Izuku snapped his fingers. Alexander told me about it. He wanted to go there too and test his mettle. You mean the giant living jar? Melina asked skeptically. Yes, him. Why? Izuku narrowed his eyes at the spectral girl. Nothing. Just curious as to why he would want to fight. Melina turned her head back, hand cupping the bottom of her chin. She muttered for a brief while, something Izuku wasn't able to hear, so he just let the girl be. They wandered about the grounds for a good few minutes, dodging people and trying out some of the stalls, the money Nezu handed him for the day being spent like they grew on trees, before Izuku's name was called from behind him. Turning around, he saw Patches and his dinky stall, a large smile on the bald man's face. Melina cringed in utter disgust as she stayed back, while Izuku approached but was a bit apprehensive of the bald man. He knew his tricks. He didn't want to get scammed again like last time. Welcome to the brand new Patches Emporium. The sleazy smile on his face told Izuku everything he needed to know about what the man was going to do today. Patches. Izuku sighed. What's with that dejected tone? Aren't you happy to see me selling again? Patches went out of his stall and slung an arm around Izuku's shoulder. Plus, I have top quality merchandise, only for your eyes. Not here. Izuku palmed his face. What do you think will happen once it gets out? You're selling me weapons. You're lucky some of the tourists won't even come near this place just because of how your stall looks like. Then that's their loss. Patches shrugged, dragging Izuku along towards the front of his stall. And I assure you, I ain't selling those to these people. Who do you think I am? A greedy slimeball that would do anything to fuck someone over. Izuku deadpanned and Patches had the gall to laugh it off. By the Erd tree, I would never do such a thing. Patches lied as easily as he breathed. Also, I'm not stupid. The rat has his eyes everywhere, and it would be a major setback for my operation here to come crashing down just because I didn't want to respect the keeper of this place. At least you know. Izuku heaved a sigh of relief, thankful that some poor, innocent schmuck wouldn't be scammed out of his wallet by this silver-tongued devil. By the way, have you seen Blathe, the half-wolf? Patches scratched his shiny dome, then pointed towards the stadium. Last I saw, he was heading inside the stadium, probably wanted to see the kids punch each other. Now isn't that a line I thought I would never say in my life? Quote. Who are you and what have you done with Patches? Izuku stepped back and glared at the bald man. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy there. I'm still your trusty old pal Patches the Untethered. Patches grinned, albeit shakily. Just because I'm a greedy man, doesn't mean I'm all out of sympathy. Quote. I'm keeping my eye on you. Izuku gestured 2 fingers pointing towards the bald man, before leaning in closer. Also, let me have a see on your quality stock once the festival's over. Need to see if anything tickles my fancy. Can't always rely on all strike, after all. Quote. I'll still never get over why you named your Zweihander after a man in your hometown. Patches' smirk never left as he went back to his stall, no doubt waiting to prey on a hapless man. Anyway, I'll be seeing you around. Let me know if anything happens. Meanwhile, I'll be here selling some of Patches' reliable, home-cooked stew. Waving him goodbye, Izuku set his sights on the stadium, most of the people already heading inside since the event was about to start. I can't stand him. Melina grumbled as she followed Izuku, the spectral girl hanging close to him once he was away from the bald man. You don't have to, but you have to admit, he is useful. Izuku shrugged and Melina couldn't deny his words. The halls were packed with people, the tidal wave of flesh and body odor bumping into each other as they tried to find their way out into the audience seat. Just your regular, crowded festival. At least some thought was placed as to how the flow of human people would go, with the entire hall being one way only. Plus, it helped that the hall was incredibly empty. No doors, no obstructions, nothing. Just a simple hallway for people to move through. It didn't take long until they finally managed to get to the audience section of the stadium, the seats nearly filled to bursting at the amount of people that showed up for the event. Looking around, Izuku spotted the VIP area where the families of the contestants would be staying at. It was also where some of the staff would be watching during their breaks. And since Izuku was given nothing to do for the day, he might as well get comfortable with some of his colleagues. Blathe was confused as to why he was in this predicament, tugged around by excitable kids who, for some reason, had animal features on their bodies. It was surreal, seeing young, cheerful faces without thinking they were a threat to either him or his lady. Following the children, because he didn't want to mar the smiles on their faces, along with their parents, who were wary at first because of his ragged appearance but took to him because of his polite eloquence, following them while keeping a watchful vigil over their kids. He didn't know what the children saw in him to befriend him, but to be truthful, he missed interactions like this. Ever since his lady had started her plan, everything he'd done over the course of centuries was for his lady. Every action, every step, everything was for his lady. It kind of gripped him in the heart, his gallivanting around in Izuku's home world wasted time fulfilling his lady's orders. He wanted to go back to the lands between. He needed to go back. But for now, perhaps enjoying the festivities wouldn't hurt. So, with that in mind, he decided to shove all thoughts about his mission to the back and let loose, a rare smile overtaking his snout as he allowed the children to play with him. The parents were oblivious to his sudden mood, their gazes never leaving from their children. Now that he was relaxing a bit, he could see them also having animal parts, sometimes something alien to even him. Seriously, the man could be compared to a cemetery shade with how dark he was. No doubt, if he was under the cover of night, with the moon waning, covered with clouds, then a normal person would be hard-pressed to even see him. Shaking his head from such thoughts, Blathe went back to entertaining the kids. It wasn't long before he found himself seated, along with some of the children that were busy oohing and awing at their private booth. Blathe, the half-wolf's ears perked up and turned his head, directly looking into Izuku's green orbs. Huh, Didn't know the kids bringing you along were siblings to the contestants. Quote. Oh, I was wondering why we're given preferential treatment. Blathe hummed as he finally separated from the group, the gaggle of kids looking downtrodden for a moment before their short attention span caused them to look out onto the open arena below. What about you? Me, I'm just here to get some R&R and watch some good fights. Izuku grinned and took a seat, Blathe taking the other one beside him. Plus, since I did help with coming up for the events, I think you'd be quite surprised for the show. Quote. Well, that livens my expectations, at least. Blathe shrugged, intent on leaning back against the soft cushions that came with each and every seat in the VIP booth. The two went silent, comfortable with each other's presence. Meanwhile, the other occupants of the booth were yapping on and on about whose kid going to beat whose kid. It's like the, my dad can beat your dad, but this time, the children are the dads. The other children, siblings of the contestants, or rather students of this fine academy, were busy gushing about how their elder brother, sister would kick the other's elder brother, sister butts. Seeing them argue for what felt like hours brought a smile to his lips. Welcome, one and all, to the incoming UA Sports Festival. The speakers suddenly blared to life and the stadium burst into roaring cheers. You already know me. Come on, say my name. Present Mike. The stadium boomed and Blathe had to flatten his ears against his head, his ears ringing slightly. Now that's a hyped crowd. Present Mike said behind the microphone, the announcer's box situated right at the topmost area where they could get a clear view of the arena. As always, I'll be giving you the play-by-play as our enthusiastic students fight and claw their way to victory through trials and hardships. And right beside me is my co-host for the entire event. Go on, say hello, Eraserhead. Quote. Why'd you rope me into this again? A tired voice echoed through the stadium, garnering a few chuckles and head tilting at the sheer gap between personalities. Oh, come on, don't be like that. The two kept on bantering for a little while, their comedic lines and well-played jokes coming off smooth like butter. They then went to giving everyone the rundown as to what to expect, not that they needed it since this was a yearly thing. Blathe thanked them, however, being new to this. Now then, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's give it up for our contestants. As Present Mike introduced the classes one by one, Blathe had to hold in a chuckle. Clearly, all of them, save for those uninterested, were trembling like newly born fawns. With all of them in the spotlight, Present Mike then went off to call upon another hero, one literal bombshell that was clearly unfit to be anywhere near children. She walked on stage with a confident strut, whip in hand as she cocked her hips to the side. And now, let's call upon the student representing the entire student body to come up on stage and give his speech. Bakugo Katsuki, come here please. She gestured sultrily and one ash-blonde kid grumbled as he power-walked his way through the throngs of students. Looking at his side, Izuku was clearly interested at what the teen had to say. As he began to speak, Blathe felt something pulling him from above. It only lasted for a split second, but he was able to recognize it. Eyes widening, he looked up but saw nothing. Looking at Izuku again, the Tarnished was looking back at him, eyes focused and grim. Recognized the feeling? Izuku asked, and Blathe nodded. How could he forget that nauseating feeling of getting tossed around like a ragdoll as he flew through the air? Still, where is it coming from? Quote. I have no idea, Blathe said truthfully. He, and by extension Izuku, only felt it for a tiny amount of time that if one wasn't attentive enough, they wouldn't even notice it happened. Quote. Shit, alright, come with me, I need to speak with Principal Nezu. On second thought, you grab Patches and bring him by Principal Nezu's office. Izuku stood up and Blathe followed suit. I'll go on ahead and fill him on the details. Very well, Blathe agreed and the two went their separate ways, confusing the people in the room with them. As he walked, dodging people and trash alike, he couldn't help but think that his time in Izuku's homeworld would be cut short. At least he'll be back to serving his lady again. Izuku stomped through the hallways, the empty corridors echoing his footsteps. Despite the event being held in the giant stadium a short walk away from the main building, Nezu stayed in his office for the majority of the event. Unless his presence was required, one only needed to look for him in his office to have a chance of meeting him. That is, if one could even set foot in this building that was completely off limits to non-students or non-staff, much more so during this time where anybody and everybody could enter the campus because of the sports festival. From what he's heard, they didn't want a repeat of the last time they were infiltrated, with the press of all people being the distraction. It's why they were a bit spooked when both Blathe and Patches suddenly popped in because of teleportation, the same method used to attack the students during the USJ. Now that he thought of it, what would the teleportation used by the villains feel like as opposed to the one that brought him back? He could remember it as clear as day. The vertigo that swept across him as he sailed through the unending expanse of the void. The feeling of clear nothingness as darkness crept all around him. Would the villain's teleportation be something different than that? Would it at least feel like going through a kaleidoscopic version of it? Izuku would rather take a bunch of colors assaulting his senses than pure darkness. Maybe not, that was just too annoying. Sighing, Izuku's feet stopped, and he laid his hand on the door leading to Nezu's office. Knocking on it, he heard the rat's voice telling him to come in and he twisted open the door. "Ah, Midoriya, quite a surprise to see you here this early." Nezu smiled as he gestured for the couch. "I assumed you would have spent the entire day enjoying the festivities rather than come meet boring me. So, tell me." Nezu's smile faded. "What is the concern? You know the thing that brought me, Patches, and Blathe here." Nezu slowly nodded. "I think it's coming back to get us again." At that, Nezu grew alarmed. If a normal person were to see the rat now, they would probably think that he wasn't fazed, but Izuku knew better. He could see the rat's fur stand up on edge ever so slightly, his eyes never leaving Izuku as he took a deep breath. Closing them, Nezu let out a deep sigh as he placed his paw on his forehead. "I assume that with this revelation, you and your entourage would be missing from our campus for the foreseeable future." Izuku nodded at Nezu's question, the rat sighing deeply once more. "Fortunately, I've already had plans in case that whatever brought you here would likely bring you back. You've already told me about some parts of this land you've been traversing, and I can already tell that you have no plausible way back unless the being that brought you here does the same again, and I doubt that our efforts would help even a smidge in reclaiming you. That's pretty much it." Izuku rubbed the back of his head, a sheepish smile floating up his face for but a moment before it was replaced by a determined look. "I also have some unfinished business in the lands between, and I'd wager it'd take quite a while before I finish them all." A shame. Nezu sighed and looked at his laptop. "Despite your methods with teaching the students, there is no doubt that they had tremendous growth during their time under you." Turning it around, Nezu showed what was being streamed on his screen. Students of all classes, duking it out in a giant urban city, with a ring of light slowly surrounding them. This was one of Izuku's suggested events, a battle royale. Nights of surfing the web and he came upon this lost relic of an event, but instead of a small arena, it was an entire city. And how do you restrict players? By simply adding a condition that if you cross the ring and do not manage to get back after 5 seconds, then you're out. As for how they determined the winners, the event will stop once 42 students remains. Those 42 will be advancing to the next event, an event to which Izuku wasn't privy to. He just suggested mechanics and themes, and Principal Nezu and his staff were the ones to finalize it. Aside from the main mechanics of the event, Izuku let out a low whistle, his eyes widening slightly as he saw students. His students fight like there was no tomorrow. Both hero classes were, to be frank, stomping the other classes he wasn't given supervision of. The purple midget, one that Melina had a major distaste of, managed to outsmart another student by luring him into his traps. The yells of frustration coming after that was pure bliss to his ears. That wasn't all. If they weren't lured into them, he made do by outfighting them, using his quirk as tactically as possible to ensure that the one fighting him couldn't do anything but be helpless against the onslaught of the tiny pervert. Hell, some of them even tried to team up against him since the hero class students were obviously separated from each other to give the other classes a fighting chance, but they still weren't able to take him down. Get a few hits here and there. Yes, knock him on his ass. No, if one of the weakest of the hero classes was this menacing, then what say the others who were stronger than him? Outwardly, he didn't show anything, but inwardly, he pitied those he didn't teach. Maybe Nezu could give him a chance to teach them as well. He's taken to liking teaching students. It made him feel like he was doing something that would, in the long run, benefit hero society as a whole. Increase the job floor. That way, the profession wouldn't be in such a sorry state as it is now, with glory hounds all looking for their next big break, forgetting those helpless that fall into obscurement. Maybe they could prevent a tragedy such as his in the future, which the heroes of today failed in doing so. He was lucky that he was brought to the lands between to get a second chance, even if that place was a brand of hell all the same, but what about those that didn't have a chance? They were either a tragedy, or just a statistic on a board. Quite a show, isn't it? Nezu spoke up once the silence got too deep. Your students have improved leaps and bounds, and nothing makes me giddier than seeing future heroes thrive in a cutthroat environment, despite your Spartan regiment. Who's gonna hold their hands after they graduate? Izuku snarked back, causing Nezu to chuckle along. Certainly not me, and certainly not you either. Quote. True. Nezu turned the laptop back around and pushed it to the side, his attention solely focused on Izuku. Enough about our students. We have 3 years to teach them all the ins and outs of the hero industry, and with your teaching, no matter how brief, they'll be ready once graduation rears its head. Nezu's eyes looked directly into Izuku's own, as if staring into his own soul. But you, I'm afraid, will be gone soon, with no way to get in touch once you're taken back. Quote. Yeah, Izuku slumped back, only to feel a weight on his shoulders. He didn't react to it, though, just embracing the warmth coming from the hand of the spectral girl right behind him, unseen to the calculating gaze of the rat on his high throne. For a girl without a body, at least from what she has shown, she was considerably warm, like a living, breathing person. In that case, what's your plan once I'm gone? Why, continue as normal, while simultaneously making sure that your absence is known, but not to the extent that a cosmic, extraterrestrial being whisked you away to do their bidding. Izuku fell silent at that. Now that he thought about it, did the Greater Will bring him back here for a reason? What else could explain the sight of Grace just in his house's basement? But it could also be something else, and the Greater Will wanted him to have some kind of connection to the lands between so that it could bring him back after creating countermeasures to ensure it doesn't happen again. Or maybe that was just him rationalizing the actions and thought processes of being far beyond his understanding. Maybe he should just go with the flow when it came to beings such as them. Yeah, maybe he should. He didn't want to lose his remaining sanity pondering about the things that went into the minds of those kinds of beings, or whatever constituted as thoughts to them. As silence fell upon the room once more, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Izuku, I'm here, and I've brought Patches along. Blade's voice came from behind and Nezu allowed them entry. The door twisted open and in came the two, the latter of which scowling. Maybe because his business was cut short because of their impending return to the lands between. Ah, take a seat, we were just talking about possible hypotheticals when it came to beings with the power to rip a tear through the fabric of space and time. Nezu gestured for the seat, while both Blathe and Patches stared at the rat like he gained a second head. Oh, all right. Blathe cleared his throat and took a seat, while it took a hot second before Patch gathered his thoughts and snorted, a light chuckle coming from his lips as he greedily took the comfiest spot on the couch. Here I thought you couldn't get any more interesting. Patches slouched his back and grinned at Nezu. I mean, really, theorizing about those bastards in the sky. Good luck with that. You'd sooner get a more reliable input from the finger crone readers than trusting your tiny little brain. Quote. Indeed. Nezu smiled, but Izuku could feel the silent rage bubbling from within the tiny creature. He was the smartest being in the country, quite possibly the world, so for a man such as Patches to belittle him so must have struck a nerve. However, that is beside the point. Other than poking holes into theories and hypotheses about cosmic beings that could wipe us out in just a blink of an eye, what about your plans for when you're all taken back to the lands between? Apologies, but I'm afraid my business is of my own. Blathe was quick to speak up just to get the ball rolling. But no worries, I doubt it will affect you in any way. The same goes for this slimy rat here, no offense to you, Principal. None taken. Nezu waved him off. Well, with that all settled, I believe it is imperative to prepare for your inevitable departure. Please close the door on your way out. The three of them stood from their seat and headed out. Looking back, Izuku saw Nezu staring intently at him, before sighing and going back to fiddling with his laptop. Beside him, Melina placed a hand on his shoulder again, letting him know that even with an uncontrollable fate that he had, he wasn't going to go through them alone. Katsuki grinned, the shiny gold medal sitting pretty right at the palm of his hand. Turning and tossing it around, he pocketed it after a few seconds of playing around with the shiny thing that signified his win of the sports festival. It was hard fought, with his classmates fighting tooth and nail for that spot. The first event was the hard, but that didn't compare to the second event. Battle Royale, try a disaster zone rescue simulation. It was fucking chaos, with all 42 students, him included, scrambling to and fro through burning buildings, sinking ships, crumbling buildings, landslides, sinking buildings, blizzards, buried buildings. There were a lot of buildings. They were all grouped into teams, members at their discretion, and were then shuttled off by All Might, showcasing again why he was called the #1 hero of Japan, in just a few minutes. What could have taken hours to prepare, just became a few minutes of finding teammates and a few minutes of being transported by All fucking Might. The final event was a cakewalk after what they all had to go through in the second event. Cheeks was a fucking menace in that event, making most of the problems go away with her anti-gravity quirk. In contrast, his explosion quirk had to be used sparingly, and only in specific scenarios, otherwise things would just get worse. Well, whatevs. They advanced to the final event, and all things considered, fighting one-on-one with his classmates, something he had done a lot of times either with quirks or no quirks under Izuku's tutelage, and God, was that a fucking thing he had to get used to, the moment he started teaching. It showed him a lot of things he did wrong, things he did right, and things that just didn't work, no matter how hard he tried to do it. No matter what anyone says, he was grateful for showing him these things, even if he was still extremely guilty for what had happened. He clutched at his chest. Maybe now was the time to show him how much he'd grown. It was just seeking validation from the person who he had wronged in the past felt like it could lift the burden hanging over his shoulders. It might or might not work, but he wanted to try. The stadium was just filling out, and most of his classmates were already on their way home. Glasses also had to go home early because of a family emergency. Hopefully, nothing too bad happens. Now then, where the fuck did Izuku live here again? He was sure that the rat gave him a house within campus, but he didn't bother to look for it during the weeks he stayed there. Probably because his past self was a self-loathing prick and a fucking asshole that didn't want to face his fears. As he walked through the nearly empty campus, he came across a bald man cleaning up his. What the fuck even is that? Did UA really allow him to set up a stall here? It looked like fucking shit. Setting that aside, that bald man was someone who stuck close to Izuku, so maybe if he followed him, he could maybe see where Izuku lived. So, with a plan in mind, he set to stalking the man. It made him feel like shit, but he was at his wit's end, and he was fearful that the high of winning the entire sports festival would disappear and he would be once again a pussy to try and apologize to Izuku. Minutes of following later, and they finally came upon a house, with people already in them. He could see a man with a mutation quirk that made him look like a half-wolf, and finally, Izuku. Heart steeled, he stepped out of his hiding spot and approached them. Izuku side-eyed him, not even bothered by his sudden appearance. Maybe because he already knew he was there. Fucker had a sixth sense when it came to people hiding. So, what do you want? It's getting late, Izuku said, not even looking at him as he stared fixated at the box he always had on him. I want to apologize. Katsuki started, the words coming out of his mouth like grinding stones. Izuku raised his eyebrow at the mention, his face finally facing towards him. Really? Izuku tilted his head. Took you long enough. Okay then, let's hear it. This wasn't how he thought Izuku would react. He predicted there would be screaming, and maybe even some punching, but amusement and acceptance was something he didn't even think of. Katsuki's chest felt heavy, his saliva felt like it was clogging his throat, and something had dropped right into his gut. Shit, why was this hard? It's just a few fucking words. Well, I'm waiting. The half-wolf beside him, and also the bald man who he had followed, looked at him with a curious gaze and a shit-eating expression respectively. Fuck. Katsuki's eyes twitched, the words stuck in his throat and refusing to come out. Breathing in deep, he gathered his resolve and let it loose. What the fuck? Above them, a swirling portal appeared. It was huge, very different from the warp gate during the USJ. He felt himself fly into the air, the suction from the portal too great. Looking at the three people with him, he couldn't help but gape at their looks. Why were they so accepting of this? Hell, even Izuku looked like he was excited. And then their eyes met, and untold horror flickered across his eyes. The next moment, everything he knew was darkness. Izuku blinked as the all-encompassing void swallowed him once more. The feeling of falling was abundant, his limbs waving in the air as he tried to right himself, only to feel like he was traveling in space without a space suit. There was no up or down, no left or right, only darkness and the screaming of one very familiar ash blonde that was lost to his vision in this damned void. He couldn't get a sense of direction as to where Katsuki's voice was echoing, his voice trailing from anywhere and everywhere. A few minutes later, Katsuki's scream died and he worried that the being, quite possibly the greater will, but there was no proof yet, that was transporting him, Blathe, and Patches back to the lands between held no love for the ash blonde and decided to nuke him out of existence. That was a scary thought, and something he hoped didn't come to pass. It wasn't until much later that he finally saw a speck of light in the distance, and the more time passed, the brighter it got. He didn't know how long he had been here, and he didn't care. He was just glad this void was finally coming to an end. The void shrank back against the light. The inky darkness, once suffocating to look at, now banished as an afterthought, the warm glow of the light cascading across his skin. It felt like he was in pure bliss, and just as sudden as it arrived, it left. Replaced, the bright light was with a smattering of green, blue, brown. The weightless sense of his body gone as he plummeted to the wet surface below. Izuku wasn't able to let out a curse before he faceplanted against the water, a giant splash echoing along the area littered with critters startled from the sudden change. Izuku groaned, spitting out the dirty water that entered his mouth and wiped them off his face with his hands. 3 more splashes followed and Izuku quickly surveyed his surroundings. 3 figures lay prone against the water, one of which had his bald head glinting underneath the sunlight, not unlike a tiny island with little people in mind. Snorting at the mental image, he shrugged it off in favor of rushing towards one of the 3 who wasn't supposed to follow them back here. Thankfully, the water was just knee-high and not enough to hamper his movement from helping that ash blonde to his feet. Fucking hell, Katsuki groaned, his palm against his forehead. Breathing deeply, he let out a sharp breath as he opened his eyes. Fuck, did another fucking villain get the drop on me again? As much as I would have preferred that, no, you weren't transported here by a villain. Izuku replied as he slowly got Katsuki back to his feet. Welcome to the lands between, home to the deathless and insane, although the latter might not be applicable to everyone. The fuck are you talking about? Katsuki glared at Izuku, only to blink when he saw what lied behind him. His mouth gaped as he stumbled back, shock passing through his eyes. It was something Izuku had the fortune to see when they first met again during the USJ incident, and seeing it again made him curious. Looking behind, he saw the giant corpse of the dragon he had killed prior to his return, its chest gaped open as dozens of insects littered across its decomposing flesh. He could see the inner chest cavity, blood already dried as the water underneath lapped across its dull scales every now and then. Oh, I was wondering why the dragon didn't show up, Izuku mused. Last he saw the dragon, it was also being sucked into the portal like he was, so to see it here was a bit of a surprise. Looking back at Katsuki, Izuku saw him staring at the corpse of the dragon, eyes trembling as a glob of saliva slid down his throat. Is that what I think it is? Katsuki asked and Izuku nodded. Yep, a dead dragon, killed by yours truly. Izuku pointed to himself. Anyway, while you collect yourself, I'm gonna go check on the other 2. Leaving Katsuki for a moment, close enough to be within earshot, Izuku walked towards Patches and Blathe, both of whom were speaking with one another. Oh, well, if it isn't our most gracious host. Patches side-eyed Izuku with a visible grin, the sliminess aura radiating off of him in droves. Even Blathe had to recoil at the sudden impact of unadulterated conman vibes coming from the bald man. Me and Blathe here were just chatting up business. You know, the future of Patches Emporium. Quote. Right, Izuku drawled and looked at Blathe. What about you, Blathe? Off to doing your own thing again? Blathe nodded, his eyes veering towards the horizon. My business is still unfinished, and despite the sudden visit to your homeworld, I enjoyed quite a bit of your culture. Alright then, best to not keep you waiting. Izuku waved his goodbyes and watched as Blathe gave his own version of a farewell before vanishing within the tree lines. Patches, however, just had that slimy smirk up on his face as he stared at Izuku. So, you buyin'? Patches asked with that tone of his, immediately turning off Izuku as he brushed him off. Sorry, not today, maybe next time once I get Katsuki all sorted out. Izuku turned around, only to see Katsuki kneeling on the ground, hands underneath the water surface. Well, alright then, I'll be seeing ya. Patches shrugged and gripped on his spear. Right where I left ya. Oh, by the way, you didn't forget about sweet little Ria, did ya? Nope, Izuku affirmed, although it almost slipped his mind because of Katsuki. Good. Patches offered only a single word before waving him goodbye. Once he was out of earshot and eyeshot, he turned back to Katsuki. Creeping closer, Izuku noticed his eyes. Dull, unseeing. In fact, they reminded him of the first time he arrived in the lands between. Shit, Izuku cursed. Of course he was going to have a mental breakdown. Who wouldn't? Even the most abrasive and stubborn of people would just stare at the ground if they were suddenly ripped from their own reality and deposited into a world not your own. Those isekai mangas, those were just delusions, people thinking that they could manage because of their knowledge. Well, too bad, knowledge does not equal to practice, and Izuku knew that very well when he was just starting his journey. It was a different story if they had a cheat, but then again, he had a cheat called not fucking dying, and he still got steamrolled by the lowly commoners during his early days, not that they were lowly, but the point stands. Hey, look at me. Look at me. Izuku roughly grabbed Katsuki's face and made it so he was facing him. His eyes were dull red, but there was a spark hidden underneath. Focusing on that, Izuku opened his palm and gave him a resounding bitch slap across his face. Normally, he wouldn't do this against those with fragile minds and egos, but Katsuki was anything but, and if he knew him based on his actions, was that Katsuki thrived on violence. A loud grunt escaped his lips and the spark underneath those red orbs surfaced, his brows furrowed as he let out a snarl. Deku. What the fuck? So shocked he was that Katsuki uttered a name he never thought he would be hearing again after the many times he had interacted with the half-blonde when he returned. Catching his slip up, Katsuki paled and lowered his head, only for Izuku grab him by the shoulders and forcefully lift him to his feet. Okay, I'm not good with this, and I'm pretty sure you know why. Katsuki averted his gaze. But damn if I'm not going to help you despite what you've done to me. Heroes are those that helps people, even if those being saved doesn't want to be saved. And you, no matter how much you've wronged me, even I cannot stand by and watch you wallow in your downwards mental spiral. Katsuki didn't respond, but frankly, he didn't need to. It might take a while before Katsuki can come to terms that he was no longer in Japan, nor in Earth, but all that mattered was that he grew over it. So, stand the fuck up. Izuku let go of his shoulders. You are Bakugo Katsuki. Didn't you want to be the #1 hero after graduating? The ash blonde stewed in silence, and that was fine. As long as he didn't become catatonic, he could still recover and not be useless bag of weight during his journey. He didn't want to leave him here, that would be just bad taste, and didn't he vow on his mother's grave that he would become a hero? I'll protect you until you get your mental faculties all sorted up. And until then, make sure you don't become a burden. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the statement, but otherwise, didn't utter a peep. Summoning Torrent, his spectral steed appeared out of thin air right beside him, spooking Katsuki for a bit, even though they were acquainted. And by acquainted, he meant acquainted with his hooves and horns during their training sessions. It was no wonder the ash blonde was a bit nervous when around the spectral horse. Get on. Izuku hopped onto Torrent, the spectral steed braying as he felt the weight of his master. Katsuki stared at him for a moment and didn't do anything. Clicking his tongue, Izuku grabbed him by the arm and hoisted him up towards his back. Katsuki let out a surprised grunt, but his instincts managed to save him from an uncomfortable landing as he slotted in cleanly behind Izuku. Hang on tight, Torrent is a fast runner. Izuku chuckled and Torrent neighed in response, his mischievous side surfacing. Katsuki shivered, knowing full well the kind of speed Torrent could output when he put his mind to it. His arms snaked around Izuku's waist, and without much further ado, Torrent strode off, his hooves splashing water all around them. His first order of business was to return Ria's necklace. He'd promised to give it back to her once he got it, but the dragon and then returning back to Japan happened. Now that he was back in the lands between, with an unwilling passenger, it was time to finish her request. It was bad taste leaving a hapless maiden like her holding out for hope. Ignoring giant flowers, some creepy entities that used their lanterns to throw shades of purple sorcery at him, and even giant lobsters, it didn't take long before he found himself just outside of the pavilion where Ria was taking refuge in. Hopping off of Torrent, with Katsuki still silent, he climbed the steps and gave a smile as he saw Ria, playing with a butterfly that had found its way around the girl. "Oh, you're back." Ria smiled softly, the butterfly content on landing on her fingers. "Any news on my necklace?" "I have it right here." Izuku fished it out of his bottomless box, its bronze metal glinting underneath the sun's light. "Oh, yes, that is my missing necklace." Ria graciously received the necklace, her smile growing a tad larger. She gently wore it around her neck, the image of a woman unfamiliar to him etched into its center. Once she was done with that, she looked at Izuku, eyes conveying that she was beyond the moon. "Thank you kindly. I am in your debt." "You're welcome." Izuku smiled as well, his chest feeling light from having helped Ria with her request. She then frowned, her eyes going downcast for a moment. "Oh dear, did I forget to announce myself?" Ria seemed genuinely apologetic, even if Izuku had already known her because of Patches. "I am Ria, in the service of Lady Tanith of the Volcano Manor." "Volcano Manor." Ria nodded and pointed towards a direction. Looking at where she was pointing, all Izuku could see were trees, but there was a tiny gap that showed the mountains. "Beyond those is the Volcano Manor." "Yes." Ria lowered her hand and continued. "I seek stalwart Tarnished who might join our house. You are very brave yourself. Not only a steady hand, but a steady heart, merciless, even to your own kind. Such strength is precisely what my mistress seeks." "Hold on a bit, merciless." Izuku tilted his head, a bit offended at the thought. "The others, I understand, but merciless. What else could you be after slaying the dragon just north of here?" She said, and Izuku didn't have any retort to say. She rummaged through her purse and pulled out a sealed envelope, before presenting it to Izuku. "Please, take this." Izuku wordlessly accepted the envelope, his fingers gently stroking the piece of paper. "Brave Tarnished, seek the Altus Plateau, the realm of the Erd Tree. Most Tarnished are doomed to wander the outskirts of the lands between, peering wistfully at the towering Erd Tree." Quote. Ria turns around and looked at the Erd Tree, its glow washing over them like a tide of golden rain. She then turned back to Izuku, her gentle smile turning more appreciative. "But you are no ordinary Tarnished. And once that is proven, the Volcano Manor will fully extend its invitation to fight amongst a family of champions. So, what, I just go the Altus Plateau and find you?" Izuku asked, and Ria nodded. She looked like she was about to leave, only to perk up and look apologetically at him. "Oh, and one more thing, only for you." She started, a brief hint of a blush creeping up her neck. "This land of Lernia is connected to that Altus Plateau by the grand lift of Dectus, beyond the high road." She pointed again, and Izuku followed. Through the canopy of trees and shrubbery, Izuku saw a destroyed bridge that led towards the academy, but this time, going north. "But the lift has been defunct for an age, meaning there's no simple means of passage," she said, her tone laced with caution. Izuku listened closely, because when someone became like this, it meant that there was something truly dangerous ahead. "Instead, you must seek the old ruins in the cliff. At the base of the valley near the grand lift, there's an old tunnel." She pointed again, and this time, Izuku found out that it was close to where she said the grand lift would be. Then again, it was very near, but he didn't expect it to be literally right beside it. It was excavated from both ends, linking Lernia to the Altus Plateau. She clasped her hands and bowed. I have faith in you. A champion, through and through. She gave Izuku one last time and waved her arm at him lightly. I do hope that we can meet again. And with that, she was off, slowly walking off the pavilion. Do you need me to escort you back? Izuku asked, and Ria looked at him, her head shaking to the sides. No, I appreciate your candid worry for me, but I can take care of myself. Ria walked away, her back still hunched like when he first found her, save for the necklace dangling off her neck. Izuku followed her since there was only a single exit to this pavilion, and outside, he came face to face with Katsuki, who was leaning against Torrent with a slight scowl on his face. Finally, you're back. Who the fuck is she? Katsuki glared at Ria, surprising Izuku for a moment that the ash blonde was already coherent enough to talk smack about another person. Oh, I didn't know that you would have a companion, brave Tarnished. Ria looked at Izuku once more, a curious look on her face. She turned back to Katsuki and blinked. You were wearing some strange apparel. Ria noted, and Izuku gulped. He really didn't want to explain Katsuki's background. Hopefully, the girl would just ignore it and be on her way. Regardless, such thoughts matter not. She closed her eyes and turned to face Izuku one last time. Goodbye, brave Tarnished. May our paths cross again. This time, she really left, her robes getting soaked from the knee-high water. Once she was far away from them, Izuku approached Katsuki and opened his mouth. So, got over it yet? Katsuki closed his eyes and let out a huge sigh. Hell no. But what you said about me being a burden? Fuck that. Katsuki glowered. I'm not gonna be some fucking damsel in distress, so you won't have to worry about me. Good. Izuku smiled, glad that Katsuki was at least functioning. In that case, it's time to move. I still have some things to do, and Torrent is our fastest way of traversing these god-forsaken lands. Katsuki nodded and silently got on Torrent after Izuku. With a final neigh, the three of them were finally on their way. Izuku closed his eyes as the wind swept past him. He needed to do one last thing before heading towards the academy. The heart of the dragon was still inside his bottomless box, waiting for him to use it. It was time to get stronger. Izuku's breath slowly came in and out, the trotting of Torrent's hooves against the water a soothing balm to his troubled thoughts. He really didn't expect for Katsuki to be one of his tag-alongs, but now that he was here, he was responsible for bringing him back to Japan, no matter how much he hated the thought of it being him. Katsuki was silent right behind him, eyes roaming the entire area as the jungle of flora and fauna captivated his very sight. The place was beautiful, foggy and damp, but mesmerizing all the same. But the more they went deeper into the flooded forest, the more eerie it became. Izuku was already used to it, but his passenger wasn't. So used to modern peace he was that places like this put a damp on his mood. He didn't need to see him to know it, just feeling Katsuki fidgeting behind him was enough of a sign to know that he was still uncomfortable with what had happened to him. At least he was putting up with it and not letting it get him down. He was a stubborn bastard like that. The canopy of leaves covered the rays of the sun as Torrent continued onward at the behest of its master. Izuku's eyes searched the region from top to bottom, intent on not getting ambushed by any of the insane inhabitants of the lands between. Time passed on, and Izuku felt that any moment, somebody would jump him and rend his flesh from his bones. Katsuki, too, could feel the danger in the air. The rest of the trek through the flooded forest was like that. Izuku didn't know when they would be attacked, but he was ready for it. Fortunately, he didn't need to, as the sparse jungle of trees and leaves seemed to disperse as they finally managed to get out of the flooded forest, coming face to face with a narrow landmass that stretched into Stormvil Castle with a camp bearing the crest of Raya Lucaria situated at its center. Not far off the beaten path, Izuku saw a rather familiar set of garbs, a piece of stick in hand as he roasted a critter over the open flame. Reining Torrent to head towards the nomadic merchant, Izuku hopped off, Katsuki following suit. Ah, back again are we? And with a companion, to boot. The nomadic merchant tilted his head upwards, his mask outlining hints of a smile upon his face. Not everyone can tell how good my wares are. You've a discerning eye, you have. Been some time since we've seen each other. Izuku started, his feet coming to a stop as he stood right in front of the merchant. Anything new happening around these parts? Other than a fool managing to slay a dragon, no. The merchant shook his head. Anyway, want something to buy? Quote. Yes, actually, you still have those spices, right? Izuku asked and the merchant grinned. At least, Izuku thought he did. Quite. The merchant stood up, laying the stick on the ground but still making sure that the open flame roasted the dead critter right above. Heading towards his pack mule laying just a few feet, he rummaged through its packs and withdrew bottles and boxes of spices. You're lucky. Was about to run out of them before I made my routine to gather some more. This enough. Izuku took out some runes from his bottomless box and handed it over, the merchant accepting them eagerly. Yes. The merchant then gave the boxes and bottles to Izuku, where he safeguarded them inside his bottomless box. The merchant tilted his head towards Katsuki next, a hint of curiosity present in his figure. What about your companion? Anything he wants to buy? Katsuki shook his head, but approached nonetheless. No doubt, a bunch of questions swirling around in that head of his. Anything you can tell me about this place? Katsuki asked. He had already asked this question to Izuku a bunch of times during their ride, but he didn't want to spoil the ash blonde. That, and he wanted Katsuki to not rely on him too much, in case they get separated. Well now, a newcomer, ain't ya? The merchant chuckled, Izuku all but content to not utter a single word. If you're asking me, I suppose the Tarnished here wasn't too reciprocative of your curiosity, was he? Katsuki didn't reply, but his body language told the merchant everything he needed to know. He grinned underneath his mask, then held up a sign with his fingers. Payment first. And now Katsuki was stumped, his rage boiling over as he looked over the merchant that was clearly ripping him off. What the fuck? The ash blonde was practically fuming, but he managed to calm himself down. The fuck are runes? Quote. Are you serious right now? The merchant lost his grin and turned towards Izuku. All he gave him was a shrug, before the merchant turned back to the ash blonde and sighed. Look, kid, I'll give you this as a freebie, but if you want more answers, you've gotta pay. Katsuki nodded, and the merchant opened his mouth. Runes are shards of the shattered Elden ring, holding traces of power, but worthless alone. They can be used as a means of becoming stronger, but without a maiden, it is impossible to do so. First merchants. Well, I'll let you figure that out for yourself. Katsuki hummed, clearly digesting the explanation but still a bit confused. Looking at Izuku, all he got was a shrug and the silent treatment. Growling, Katsuki stomped towards Izuku and looked him in the eye. Where the fuck do I get runes? At his question, Izuku smirked and pointed towards the camp situated right at the landmass acting as a bridge connecting Stormvil Castle and Lernia. Easy. Take them from others. Izuku lowered his hands, Katsuki looking at him like he was showing a side of him he never got to see. The fuck the hell you mean take them from others? Katsuki sputtered. You mean steal them like a fucking thief? Yep, although there are caveats. Izuku replied, a frown overcoming his lips. You'll see it'll be easier once you get a first-hand experience with either the wildlife or the inhabitants of the lands between. The nomadic merchant, already busy blowing on the cooked critter on a stick as his ass laid plush on top of the lush grass, snorted upon hearing the words come from Izuku's mouth. Isn't that an understatement? Their business done, Izuku went back to Torrent, Katsuki following suit after. Once they were all aboard the Torrent Express did the spectral steed neigh and trotted towards the natural bridge. The fog slowly dispersed and they could finally feel the light emanating from the Erd tree shining down upon them. Katsuki gaped when he saw the giant golden tree on the horizon, its golden stalks piercing through the clouds as it loomed over them like a towering giant. Izuku snickered at the expression the ash blonde gave, Katsuki picking his jaw back up while he grumbled about high fantasy bullshit. He couldn't fault the teen, he was like that when he first saw the giant tree. At least the ash blonde wasn't content on asking specific things that Izuku also had no knowledge over. It took about 30 minutes before they were able to reach the camp with Torrent at a favorable pace. Izuku squinted his eyes and he saw some Raya Lucaria soldiers standing guard at the entrance. Tisk, they're already back. Izuku clicked his tongue, gaining a raised eyebrow from Katsuki. Don't worry, You'll see soon enough what I mean by that, if they don't let us pass first. Torrent came to a crawl as Izuku got off, Katsuki following suit. Now, what do you want to do? Izuku asked as Torrent slowly dispersed into motes of blue light, vanishing from the material plane. Katsuki observed the phenomena quietly, not quite raising a question over how his steed works. You can stay here and watch from afar, or you can stick by me and only stay close. Katsuki was unusually silent. Well, he was unusually silent ever since he was brought here, which to be fair, could pretty much silence anyone because of the pure shock from the sudden transfer. Imagine being ripped from your own world and dropped into another where nothing you've learned in your entire life applied. I'll follow you, Katsuki replied after a few seconds of thinking, and patting him on the back, Izuku gave him a smile as he dragged him along. Good choice, Izuku said as he clutched onto Katsuki's shoulder. You're gonna get a front row seat as to why this place is fucked up beyond repair. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the wording, but nevertheless, nodded, clearly preparing himself for shit to go down. Izuku liked that about the ash blonde. Even in dire straits and with your back against the wall, Katsuki wouldn't give up, and would furiously bang his head against those that dare oppose him if he was ever cornered. As they slowly closed into the camp, those standing watch saw them, with one of them grabbing a horn from his waist. Greetings, Izuku yelled from the top of his lungs, one of his hands raised in the air. Me and my friend would like to cross the border. We have business back in Limgrave. All he got as a response was the tooting of the horn and the groans of mindless men as they went back to their routine. Swords were drawn and footmen lined up as they pointed blades and pointy edges at them. Izuku sighed and grabbed his Zweihander, which he was sensible enough to ready before even thinking of going through Lernia's forest, and let go of Katsuki's shoulder. Hoisting it up his shoulders, Izuku looked at Katsuki, who was also getting ready to defend himself from the soldiers. Hopefully, what he taught back in Japan drilled itself into his mind, because Izuku wasn't going to hold his hand here. Pumping energy into his legs, Izuku rushed forward to meet one of the full-plated soldiers head-on. He was wielding a sword and shield combo, his sword sheathed at the moment in favor of grabbing a glintstone scrap from his satchel. Grinning, Izuku dodged the tossed item, the scrap shattering against the ground. He could hear something hovering behind him and put his plan into action. Getting in close, Izuku noticed the soldier maintaining a stance, sword at the ready for his bold charge. Izuku didn't stop, instead, he raised all strike high and swung it down. The blade, enhanced by smithing master Hugh, was near indestructible, the solid steel crashing against the soldier's metal shield. The soldier's knees buckled, Izuku's swing clearly too strong for him to endure. Dropping to a knee, the soldier looked up, only to see Izuku vaulting over him and grabbing him by the scruff of his neck. He lifted him up and watched as the magic bolts impacted the soldier, the blue motes of light denting the metal, and even going through them. The soldier groaned as he flailed, and Izuku wasted no time throwing him upwards and stabbing him straight through with all strike, the soldier gurgling one last time before dying. But that was just a single enemy wandering through the camp, and Izuku could sense a foot soldier behind him ready to stab him through the back. Twisting around, he swung all strike down and the corpse dangling from the blade dislodged itself, hurtling through the air and into the moaning foot soldier. As the two bodies collided, Izuku could hear explosions from behind. Taking a quick peek, Izuku could see Katsuki exploding a full-plated soldier with his quirk, the soldier groaning as he collapsed to the ground, not dead, but dazed. Smirking to himself, Izuku turned back to rush against the incoming wave of armored soldiers, weapons held at the ready to tear him a new asshole. Katsuki can take care of himself. All Izuku needed to do was thin the herd so that the ash blonde doesn't get overwhelmed. Who knows, maybe Katsuki could learn a thing or two here in the lands between before being sent back to Japan. That is if he does survive and doesn't die. Or is he actually part of the cycle here, where death doesn't mean the end? Well, he wasn't too keen on testing it yet, but if it happens, well, he'll see. For sure, it'll be traumatizing the first go, and maybe even the second and third and so forth, but he'll probably get used to it. Because if he won't, well, he's not going to go back to Japan anytime soon. Charging forth, Izuku barreled through the defensive line the soldiers put up, the runes he had accumulated making their defense moot. If he really wanted to, he could probably cut through them all, shields and armor, with just a single swing of his sword. But he wanted to warm up first. He can do that when things get tedious. Grabbing one foot soldier, he pumped energy into his arm and tossed his ass into the air, right directly into Katsuki. The ash blonde noticed the soaring body and widened his eyes when he saw it rapidly moving towards him. Snickering, Izuku turned away and regarded the other soldiers. If anything, this could provide good training for Katsuki, and as his teacher, forced or not, it was his duty to ensure that the ash blonde was raised to his standard. Maybe when he returns, he could raise hell in the hero community. Just imagining it made him giddy. It was time for Katsuki to earn his forgiveness through trial by fire. The entire cleanup didn't take longer than 30 minutes. By the tail end of things, Izuku was working up a light sweat underneath his armor, while Katsuki was sweating heavily as he looked down on the corpses he had left on his wake. The ash blonde nearly vomited his guts out as the smell of guts, blood, and burnt flesh permeated through the area, Izuku already long used to the disgusting environment whenever a fight was all said and done. Dropping to his knees, Katsuki stared at his trembling hands, fully digesting the fact that he had just killed not one, not two, but multiple people in just a single sitting. Now wasn't that a shock for Izuku? Here his tormentor was, horrified at the fact that he had just killed people, when in fact, just months ago baited him to commit suicide by jumping off a roof. Quite a change of scenery, if he must say so himself. Approaching the ash blonde, Izuku sheathed his greatsword. After cleaning it from the blood stains, he didn't want the inside of his sheath to be dirty, and laid a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. First time for everything, huh? Izuku said but didn't get a response from the ash blonde. Sighing to himself, Izuku hoisted him up, Katsuki's knees buckling for a moment before he balanced himself. Don't let it get to you too much. They'll be back in maybe a few days, probably about a week at minimum. What? Katsuki slowly twisted his neck to face Izuku, mouth hanging slightly ajar. Oh, right, I forgot to mention this. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Sometime in the distant past, Queen Marika the Eternal separated the rune of destined death and hid it away, somewhere. Because of that, dying became less of a permanent issue. What the fuck? Katsuki looked down at the unseeing eyes of one of the Raya Lucaria soldiers, his helmet blown away to who knows where while his brain matter oozed out of the cracked skull. You mean to tell me that they aren't fucking dead? Yep. Izuku popped the P. Now come on, we still need to loot the place. Can't let the stuff they pile up go to waste, now can we? You're gonna fucking loot the damn place too. Katsuki's voice was raised a few octaves higher. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the outburst, amusement clear on his face. Well, yes, they're gonna go to waste, otherwise. Izuku shrugged and grabbed the closest footman, checking his gear to see if they were worth taking or not. Izuku also managed to find some food that the soldiers had for the road. After all, more food is better than not having food. They may be mentally degraded people, but they still need to eat. They hunt game regularly and restock their supplies by having one of them go back to Stormvil Castle to resupply. Dunno how that will last, but I doubt it'll end anytime soon. Plus, I don't care how much you've trained, you only have clothes, and I doubt a flimsy piece of cloth would fare better against the pointy edge of a steel blade. And you're just fine with wearing a fucking dead man's clothing. Katsuki gaped, his red eyes trembling within its sockets. Snorting, Izuku pointed towards his current set of armor. I'm wearing one right now. It's been with me for months, and I take good care of it. Snuggling into it for good measure, he managed to hear Katsuki gag at the sight. Snickering to himself, Izuku stripped one of the more intact corpses, just leaving the bare essentials so as to not see a dead man in the buff, and tossed it towards Katsuki. Here, wear this over your clothes. Barely got any blood on it, and is still in fine condition. Hell no, I ain't wearing something from a dead man. Katsuki roared, disgust welling up within him as he stared at the breastplate that landed on the ground, dirt and grime staining its metal surface. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Katsuki. Izuku clicked his tongue in succession, approaching the ash blonde with a disappointed frown. This is just how it works here, and if you don't want to die a miserable death because an archer managed to hit you in the chest, I suggest you wear it, personal feelings be damned. Katsuki took a step back, a bit perturbed at Izuku's feeling, and frankly, Izuku could see why. He managed to strike quite a figure, and not to mention his current build. Bear in mind his Zweihander as well, and you have a quite intimidating sight, something that Katsuki would have not seen in person, apart from Yoroi Musha back in Japan, but he was getting on in age, a hero only in title in the current time. Fuck. Katsuki grit his teeth as he grabbed the breastplate, then ran headfirst into a giant problem both the ash blonde and Izuku forgot about. How the fuck do I even put this on? I knew I was forgetting something. Izuku snapped his fingers, a sheepish smile overcoming his lips as he approached the ash blonde once more. Turn around, I'll help put it on. Katsuki obliged and straightened his back. With armor in hand, Izuku got to armoring his unwilling tag along, no matter his disgust at the act. Torrent trotted along a brisk pace, the spectral steed happily munching on some Roa raisins Izuku had offered while on horseback. Katsuki was fidgeting behind him, the breastplate clunking after every hoof. Obviously, it didn't fit his build, what with being a growing teenager and all, so Izuku had to do some remodeling. And by him, he meant Master Huke. After coughing up enough runes, of course. Actually, now that he thought of it, how did the Roundtable Hold get their materials anyway? He doubted they just magically appeared from thin air, and with Master Huke chained to the next to his workplace, it would be rather hard to get out and get some raw materials. Then again, he wasn't the only Tarnished entering the hold. He did accept weapons for runes, so maybe he buys them from Tarnished that come by. Izuku should probably try and sell some of his gear that he has no use for, get some runes in return so he could strengthen himself more. Crossing underneath a giant, natural arch, Izuku looked over to the decrepit church that entered their vision. His eyes widened when he remembered a soft-spoken soul sitting depressed in that very church. Patting Torrent's side, the spectral steed looked up to regard Izuku while he pointed to the church. Acknowledging his master's command, Torrent changed course and headed directly towards the church. Izuku could sense Katsuki's curiosity at the sudden action, but otherwise was staying silent. Probably still feeling very annoyed and disgusted by wearing a corpse's armor that didn't even fit him. Izuku was lucky that the armor set he was wearing now fit his current build perfectly. When he first got them, he was a scrawny little teen and the armor was making it hard to move. Luckily, rune strengthening also changed his physical bulk. As they entered through the open doorway, Izuku spotted a bald man just sitting right next to the church's wall. He looked miserable, dressed in the robes worn by Raya Lucaria scholars. Torrent's hoof clopped against the ground and the bald man turned to look at the sudden visitors. Oh, welcome back, friend. Thops gave a derisive smile, eyes downcast once more. Hello again, Thops. Izuku dismounted Torrent, Katsuki following suit as the spectral steed disappeared into motes of light. Been a while since we've seen each other. It has, hasn't it? Thops still stayed the same, wallowing in his dejection. I have an Academy glintstone key. Izuku rummaged through his pack, his altruistic nature coming to light as he looked at the pitiful sight that was Thops. Would you want it? So you've found yourself a glintstone key. Thops looked at Izuku with barely restrained hope, but shut it down and immediately became dejected again. But I certainly can't take it from you. That key belongs to you. By rights, you should use it for yourself. Izuku stayed silent, knowing that he too needed the key to enter the academy and head to the tippy top and grab Renala's great rune. It's true, I wish to return to my place of study. Thops looked at his hands, smooth and unblemished. But that's no excuse to impose upon others. After a brief amount of silence, Thops chuckled slightly to himself. Ah, is this why bluntstones always finish last? Clicking his tongue, Izuku turned away. He didn't know what to do to cheer up the man, other than finding another academy glintstone key. Sighing, Izuku turned away from Thops and summoned Torrent again, the spectral steed neighing for a bit as he munched on some Roa raising Izuku had offered again. Katsuki stood by the sidelines, just watching the interaction go by. Even he was a bit perturbed at the bald man, drawing parallels from the Izuku he had bullied in the past, if Izuku had to take a gander. Mounting Torrent, Izuku helped Katsuki up, before facing Thops once more. I'll find another glintstone key and I'll send it your way. I don't like seeing you wallowing in despair, Izuku said with finality in his tone. All he got was a weak chuckle from the bald man, but nothing else. Goodbye, Thops. I'll see you sometime in the future. Take care now. Thops said his goodbyes, but otherwise stayed in the same sitting position. Sighing again, Izuku patted Torrent's head and the spectral steed took off with a trot. Once they were outside of the church, Katsuki saw fit to open his previously clammed mouth. Who was that? Surprisingly, there was no animosity, nor disgust in his tone. Just guilt and a tiny hint of remorse. Thops, a student from the Academy of Raya Lucaria, our next destination after I finish my errands back in Limgrave. Izuku replied, eyes scanning the horizon, and the graveyard they passed through, for any hint of threats. And just because you asked nicely, I'll explain a bit, as much as I can anyway with my limited knowledge on sorceries. Katsuki remained silent, an occurrence that Izuku was already getting used to. They call it glintstone sorcery. Basically, what they study are the stars, or the energy coming from it, I think. Izuku pointed to the sky a warm orange just closing into night. But instead of a ball of gas, think of eldritch creatures. Maybe not eldritch, but you get the gist of it. They channel the energy and create spells. Quote. So, wizards. Katsuki concluded and Izuku nodded. It was close enough. If you want to learn more, you'll have to ask someone else. Izuku looked at the horizon, the sun nearly setting. Clicking his tongue, he searched for the path that he had known, but not taken, that connected Lernia and Limgrave, save for the destroyed bridge. It didn't take long before he found it, and urged Torrent onward. His spectral steed snorted, undaunted by the windy cliffs. And because his spectral steed had such a sense of humor, instead of going slow, like they normally would when traversing untrodden ground, Torrent decided to go fast. It caused Izuku to yelp, hands furiously grabbing onto the reins, and Katsuki to grip onto his waist for dear life. Torrent, I swear I'll get you back for this. Izuku shrieked as Torrent pranked his master, jumping off of the cliff making Katsuki of all people scream like a little girl as they beheld the very long drop, before kicking in the air and landing back onto solid ground. I swear it, Torrent. All he got was a teasing neigh from Torrent. He nearly popped a vein from the cheeky attitude his spectral steed had, but he didn't want him to toss him overboard, so he had to weather the storm for now. Torrent's hooves left indentations on the ground, kicking up dust as he rushed through the windy cliffs, his mane swishing through the air. Izuku's furred mantle billowed against the wind as he held on for dear life. They spotted wolves chilling in their spots, before they saw the running steed. They all growled, ready to pounce and show the intruder what it meant trespassing in their territory. All they got were thick hooves to the snout and ribs as Torrent trampled them underhoof. He was always a strong mount, managing to tank dragon fire in the worst of times, so seeing him just trample regular animals, actually, maybe strengthened animals since they also have runes, however little, into the ground, it was a sight to see. Torrent's hooves were caked in blood and viscera, the spectral steed didn't pay it any mind, rushing forward without a care. The wolves were left behind, some of their pack dying a dog's death. The next animals they spotted were eagles just chilling at the edge. When Torrent came close, however, they noticed the disturbance and immediately took flight. Following that were more wolves chasing a deer running for its life. They noticed Torrent, but ultimately ignored the speeding spectral horse for the more defenseless prey, the deer bleeding once a wolf managed to pounce on it. A few more minutes of rushing wind and Izuku calmed down somewhat. Katsuki too, although he still clung on to dear life. Izuku was fine with dying, seeing as he would be revived in maybe a few days, but he wasn't so sure about Katsuki, so protecting him was paramount. At least, protecting him from a stupid death like falling off a cliff because Torrent was feeling mischievous. And speaking of falling off a cliff, another deer bleated as it lost its footing, the ground underneath it crumbling from its weight because it strayed too close to the edge. Its cries as gravity took hold was a stark reminder that this might have been their fate had Torrent not have the ability to create a platform in midair to jump off of. It took an hour before they were finally past the windy cliffs, a giant collapsed bridge connected to a giant landmass taking up their view. It was just as windy, if not, more so than their previous location, but it was better than possibly falling to their doom. Scaling the bridge, Izuku dismounted Torrent and glared at the spectral horse. For the equine's part, he did look a bit sheepish, but rather unapologetic. Katsuki too, glared at the horse, but was shown the backside instead. You and I will have a long talk about this in the near future. Izuku grumbled, a yawn forcing its way out of his lips. I'm too tired to do this now, and since you've been running full tilt for nearly an hour now, I think you should get some rest. Bumping his snout against Izuku's face, Torrent neighed before vanishing into motes of light. Turning to Katsuki, Izuku gestured for him to follow, his face betraying the exhaustion from the adrenaline overload he was forced to endure because of his mischievous mount. They followed the path and finally found solid ground, or grass since they were walking on stone after a few minutes. To the side, there was also a finger reader crone, but Izuku ignored her. Katsuki looked like he wanted to ask a question, but Izuku shaking his head was enough to dissuade him. Looking for a good spot to camp, Izuku found one that was surrounded by giant trees, dampening the rushing wind somewhat. Nodding to himself, he rummaged through his bottomless box and grabbed all of his camping supplies, laying them to the ground once he had them on hand. Katsuki, help me set these up. The sun had sunk beyond the horizon, darkness looming over the entire area. The wind hadn't died down, and Izuku expected it to be roaring even until the morning. Their fire had to be protected from the rushing wind by building heaps of rocks around it. Their tents had been fastened to the ground hard to ensure they didn't go flying away because of the strong winds. As the howling wind gushed through the area, Izuku stayed close to the fire, the heat emanating from it a boon to the ice-cold waves of air. In front of him, Katsuki laid silent, sipping on his stew quietly. Thankfully, because of the number of spices they had gathered from looting that one Raya Lucaria camp, as well as buying some from one of the nomadic merchants, they were able to make a fulfilling stew that was also to the taste of one Katsuki. Izuku thought that spicy deer stew was not going to be that delicious, and he didn't know how or why, but Katsuki was a menace when given the reins in the kitchen, or in this case, outdoor campfire. It was a peaceful night. No rabid wolves howling nearby, no mentally deranged footmen wanting to drag their hides to the castle for grafting purposes. And just overall silence, save for the howling wind. Izuku. All of a sudden, Katsuki spoke up, his empty bowl of stew left on the ground gathering dust. Why the fuck is this place so fucked up? His face said it all. He'd rather be anywhere than here. Izuku could understand the feeling, his past self feeling the same when he had just been dropped here after his untimely death. Placing his own empty bowl on the ground, Izuku regarded Katsuki with narrowed eyes, the ash blonde's piercing red orbs staring into his own. Sighing, Izuku rubbed at his hair and closed his eyes. I'm not even sure. Izuku opened his eyes and stared into the flame. Ever since I was sent here, all I got were cryptid hints and vague truths. Close by, the spectral Melina flinched at the tone that left Izuku's mouth. So, all I can say is get used to it. Izuku then stared directly at Katsuki, mouth forming a thin line. Forget the intricate details of this world and just struggle to survive. You aren't gonna understand anyway, much like I have. Silence loomed over them, the roaring wind the only noise that peppered the area. Sighing, Izuku headed to his tent, but before entering it, he looked at Katsuki one last time. Get some sleep. We're moving early in the morning. Izuku entered his tent, leaving a silent Katsuki staring at the fire alone. Inside his tent, Izuku laid on the bedroll, eyes unfocused and weary. Izuku. Beside him, Melina appeared, her knees against the ground as they regarded him warmly. I apologize for not telling you about the lands between and its history. It's fine. Izuku waved her off, eyes blinking as he tried to tire himself to sleep. It's not like it's necessary for me to learn about those things. I'm not a historian, just a displaced person trying his best to do the one thing that has the most sense, considering my current situation. Melina stayed silent as the grave, her lone eye drooping. I don't blame you for that, by the way. Izuku smiled, turning in bed to face Melina. Yes, it was a bit annoying during the early days of me being here, but I've come to accept that the history of the lands between, the feuds between the gods and those strong enough to shake the entire earth. They didn't matter. Their reasons, their beliefs. None of it matters. At the end of the day, their actions caused all of us to suffer. Them included. Izuku sighed, his smile turning a bit brittle. All that's left is to pick up the pieces and build it anew. Learn from their mistakes and ensure it doesn't happen again. A little contradictory, my companion. Melina smiled softly, her shoulders sagging. You say that history doesn't matter, and yet, you say that we must learn from it. Yeah, a bit. Izuku chuckled, a soft sigh exiting his lips. But at least I got my point across. No use lamenting over the past, just focus on the present and the future. You are indeed correct, my companion. Melina shifted her position from kneeling to sitting. Both remained silent for a while, the two just content to bask in each other's presence, until Melina opened her mouth to ask a question. If you would sat my curiosity, my companion. Ask away. Izuku laid on his sides, his propped-up arm holding up the side of his head. Your tag along. Katsuki Bakugo, why are you so harsh on him? Melina's question caused Izuku to go silent, lips pursed as he stared directly into her lone eye. I've observed how you taught your students back in Japan, but every time you taught your tag along personally, your methods drastically increased in difficulty. Especially now that we're back in the lands between. I've told you this before, Melina. Izuku sighed, his position a bit uncomfortable, so he sat up. Katsuki. I hate him, loathe him, even, but that doesn't mean I want him to die. To have him meet his end because of his ballooned ego. Izuku stared at the flaps of his tent, the rushing wind outside still roaring without pause. I want him to suffer for all that he's done to me, and those who were unfortunate enough to land in his crosshairs. I want him to know what it feels like to be at rock bottom, where even extending your hand up means getting it swatted down by others. Izuku looked at his palm, blemished and calloused, the blood of hundreds staining his fingers. I want him to experience what it was like for me to go through the lands between. Without help, with enemies surrounding me from all sides. Melina remained quiet as Izuku continued to spill word after word after word, emotion thick in every utterance. But I can't, not when I don't even know if he would even come back from the dead like I would. Izuku clenched his fist, eyes closing as he let out a deep breath. And I know, deep down, all the ego, all that stubbornness and rage, is a person who could do good. If a villain were to try and convert him down their path, he would spit on them, before thrashing them like a wild animal, and then spit on them again as he hauled their asses to the nearby prison. He opened his eyes, and looked directly at Melina, her lone eye focused solely on him. I want him to change. To mold him into the hero I know he can be. Izuku breathed in deep, every breath feeling like razors going down his chest. I can see the remorse. The guilt underneath that prickly exterior. He has changed, and if this was back in Japan, I would be content to let him be. Have him acknowledge his faults and grow past that. But with him here, things are very different. One mistake is enough to get a person killed, and that includes those with the power unimaginable to the people living in Japan. He needs to grow faster, acknowledge his faults faster. Get over the past faster. Izuku finally went silent, fingers twitching as his eyes fluttered close. I understand what you're trying to do, Izuku. However, the way you're handling your tag along, I fear that it would do more harm than good. Melina's words caused Izuku to stare back at her, his green orbs piercing into her own golden orb. Ha! Izuku suddenly chuckled, amusement tinging his thoughts. If there's one thing I know about Katsuki, it's that he's as stubborn as a mule. He won't die easily. I hope so, for your sake, my companion. Melina slowly stood up, a short breath leaving her lips. It's best you get some sleep now. You still need to wake up early. Yeah, you're right. Izuku laid back on his bedroll, eyes still focused on Melina. Good night. May you rest well, Izuku. The hills stretched out beneath a sky wrapped in an ash-gray hue, as if the sun's light was filtered through a thin, worn blanket. The wind howled across the landscape, whipping through the tall grass in gusts, bending it in waves that seemed to ripple endlessly. The clouds above rolled like restless waves, casting shadows that danced across the earth, but never fully blocking the pale, dim sunlight. Everything felt both alive and muted, caught in the tension between light and storm. Between it all, Izuku and Katsuki rode torrent, this time at a more relaxed pace than their hurried gait yesterday. Taking in the scenery was just breathtaking, as opposed to non-stop fighting, and no matter how many times Izuku had done it, he just couldn't get tired of it. Katsuki too, took it all in, brows furrowed as Torrent's hooves clopped against the solid rock underneath. It's been just shy of an hour since their journey began anew, and through it all they adhered to the oath of silence, neither of them opening their mouths to utter a sound. Their eyes scanned the horizon, the castle behind them starting to grow distant. But too much of one thing is something that no sane soul would be able to live with. As such, as more time passed during their trot, the more the scenery lost its splendor, and the more boredom became apparent. Izuku, knowing that such mentality was something that could prove detrimental to their gait, squashed it down deep into the dregs of his subconscious. Boring was great. It meant that nothing could impede their travel, and the faster they reached the destination, the faster they could get a move onto Raya Lucaria. He didn't want to roam the academy unprepared, after all. Alas, when a person doesn't want something to happen, more likely than not, it will happen. And in the case of Izuku and his horrendous luck when it came to traveling the lands between, thinking about something that could go wrong, no matter how insignificant, things will indeed go wrong. The sounds of horns echoed throughout the area, Torrent immediately rushing to a stop as Katsuki bumped into Izuku harshly. Izuku himself groaned at the sudden weight pressed against his back, but didn't hold it against the ash blonde. Ambush. Izuku raised his voice just as an arrow nearly nicked the side of his head. Eyes wide, Izuku grabbed Katsuki and dismounted Torrent, the spectral steed neighing as an arrow lodged itself into one of his thighs. Get down. Pushing the ash blonde to the ground, Izuku quickly rummaged through his bottomless box for a shield. With the amount of practice he had, it didn't take long before he was able to grab one from his box. Take this and defend yourself. Izuku shoved the shield into Katsuki's hands, the ash blonde grunting at the sudden increase of weight around his arms. Do whatever you can to not die. The fuck? Let me help. Katsuki being himself, he didn't want to have Izuku hog all the action, and knowing that just surviving was a trial and a half in this world, he was prepared to get his hands dirty just to stay alive. Then go blow them up. Izuku pointed towards the archers firing at them from between the sparse trees and tall grass. I'll kill the ones with swords. Just as he said that, Izuku swung all strike, that was holstered on his back the entire time of the journey, right at the charging people donning soldiers' attire. He says this because for some reason, that's all they were using. Armor, helmets, and the standard sword, but without the cloth that denoted their allegiance. It was strange seeing it, but for now, Izuku needed to focus on the fight. He can ponder the hows and whys later. His blade met the sword of one soldier, their blade snapping in half, brittle against all strikes reinforced steel. The soldier didn't utter a sound before the blade met metal once more, all strike cleaving through his flesh as he was cut in twain. The other soldier ignored his companion's death gasp, opting to strike down with his mace, but Izuku didn't stop, the blade still singing in the air as it cut a swath of blood through him as well. Their bodies dropped to the ground like sacks of potatoes, dust kicking up from the impact. Steadying his blade, Izuku raised it high and readied himself for the coming onslaught of the other soldiers ready to carve him a new asshole. As the battle raged on, Izuku had to note that during his melee against the soldiers, some of their bodies already cooling on the green grass, he hadn't a single encounter with an arrow. Taking his attention off from the remaining soldiers, he took a quick peek at Katsuki, and he just realized how loud he was being. Explosions rang through the hills as the ash blonde roared, one hand turning heads into pulp and the other blocking whistling arrows. Even with little to no experience in using a shield, Katsuki's instincts propelled him to greater heights, the shield serving as an impenetrable bulwark against their measly projectiles. He also noted that the ash blonde wasn't wearing a smile. In fact, the more he blew their heads, splattering blood and gray matter across the ground, the more his red pupils trembled. That was another talk he was going to have with Katsuki later on, but for now, back to the fighting. Only to be met with a blade that managed to hit him in the side, steel slicing through his flesh. Izuku hissed, his lifeblood oozing out from the gash. That'll teach him to take his eyes away from the enemies, again. Not that it mattered. For all he cared, the blade did as much damage as a toothpick. Swinging all strike to the side, the soldier that managed to wound him had his head cut off, his face having the expression of an emotionless and unfeeling vegetable. Sighing, Izuku pulled out the sword lodged in his side with a grunt, the blood being held back by the blade gushing out like a waterfall once the pressure was gone. Reaching into his pack, he withdrew his flask of crimson tears and took a sip. His entire body tingled once, and the pain he was feeling in his side vanished. Patting it with his hand after he had stored his flask, he nodded as he felt his smooth, but scarred skin. Eyes narrowed, he readied a stance. There were only a few left, and Katsuki was going on a rampage against the archers. He also proved too fast for the regular soldier to chase, with the ash blonde soaring through the air with the help of his explosions. A few minutes later, their ambushers laid on the ground, bleeding, broken, and dead, every single one of them. Katsuki panted as he leaned forward, hands clutching at his knees as he tried to breathe in air. Izuku, meanwhile, was already busy plundering their remains for anything good. Weapons and armor still in good condition, some dried food, maybe some other items that could be useful, like a firebomb one of them had. Fucking hell. Katsuki collapsed to the ground, chest heaving up and down as his eyes beheld the carnage he had wrought. Looking to his side, he saw the headless corpse of one of the archers, blood splattered across the grass as it danced in the wind. Izuku saw him raise a hand up to his mouth but stopped it halfway as he stood on trembling legs. Approaching the ash blonde, Izuku helped steady himself, Katsuki's eyes unseeing of his act. "Don't worry, it'll get easier. Just get used to it," Izuku said, but Katsuki didn't respond, his eyes still locked on the headless corpse of an archer. "Just make sure you set a line you won't cross. Helps with retaining your morals." Patting him on the back, Izuku left the ash blonde to his chaotic thoughts as he continued looting the corpses. Some arrows, more dried food, some raw fruit, and much more. It took about 10 minutes for Izuku to finish his looting, his whistle piercing through the air. Torrent appeared right beside him, his spectral steed's muzzle booping into him. "I'm fine, Torrent, what about you?" Izuku looked at Torrent's thigh that got shot by an arrow earlier, but it was relieving to see him healed, not a trace left to be seen. "Hey, you're one strong guy, aren't ya?" Torrent clopped his hooves on the ground, offended at the insinuation that he wasn't a strong guy. He fought with Izuku against dragons, 2 of them, and they came out the victor. "Anyway, we need to move." Izuku patted Torrent once more before turning his attention to Katsuki. "Oi, Katsuki, we need to move." The ash blonde complied, still dangerously silent as his bangs shadowed his eyes. Izuku shook his head, he'll get used to it, otherwise, he wouldn't survive long in the lands between. Mounting Torrent, Izuku offered his hand towards Katsuki, the ash blonde accepting it as he quickly mounted Torrent as well. Once they were both comfortable, they continued their trek towards the horizon. Hopefully, they'll get there by sundown. After leaving the corpses, Izuku, Katsuki, and Torrent continued on their journey. As his spectral steed's hooves clopped against the stone road, Izuku couldn't help but think back to their aggressors earlier. They wore the standard equipment of those that served the late lord of Stormvil Castle, but their insignias, the tabards that they wore, were gone. Did that mean that the soldiers had rebelled once their lord no longer lived? Or was it something else? Actually, now that he thought about it, the soldiers' attack patterns were vastly different from the last time he had fought them. Were they not the soldiers that roamed the Stormvil Castle and their surroundings, capturing Tarnished left and right for their lord? Refreshing his memory, he tried analyzing one soldier's face that was not rotting in the distance, all the while Torrent continued trotting along the path. Katsuki behind him was silent, and every now and then, he could feel the ash blonde quivering just a tiny bit. Ignoring Katsuki for a moment, Izuku thought long and hard about the soldier. He looked just like any mentally degraded being on this godforsaken land. Furrowing his brows, Izuku thought deeper, trying to remember the soldiers under Godric he had faced and killed. His eyes opened wide, and a metaphorical lightbulb over his head. Snapping his fingers, he finally had a clue as to why they seemed so different. The soldier he had killed earlier was gaunt. Gaunter than even the gauntest of Godric's soldiers. He recalled the feeling of stripping the corpse, down to its clothed bits, and the corpse compared that to one of the weakest soldiers of Godric he had fought in the past. There was no mistaking it, that wasn't one of Godric's. In fact, They felt similar to the bandits he had fought back in the cave where he first saw Patches. At least Godric's soldiers had the sense of knowing how to use and wield a sword effectively, but the ones they just fought felt like a bunch of kids swinging around lumps of metal. Now wasn't that funny? Because they lost their lord to him. The soldiers that once populated Limgrave were gone, replaced by bandits who had thought it was the best time to strike while the iron was hot. A bunch of mentally degraded people. They may be due to their sanity being lost over a couple centuries of dying and reviving, possibly reaching millennia from what Melina says, staging an uprising and causing havoc amongst the remaining dregs of Godric's once proud army. Then again, even Godric's soldiers were barely holding on to their sanity at this point, so maybe losing their lord was the tipping point. Anyhow, that wasn't important. It was nice knowing that those he may encounter here were reduced to bandits playing knights and soldiers because of the gear they stole, making Limgrave easier to traverse, but it was an afterthought. What was more important was getting to the Dragon Communion Church in that island before sundown, and at the rate they're going, it might take half a day without stopping just to reach the shore where the tunnel connecting the island and Limgrave could be found. Torrent, can you go faster? Izuku leaned down towards his spectral steed's head, he free hand coming to stroke his flowing mane. I want to reach the cave before the sun goes down. I know I'm already pushing you with your pace, but I don't want this trip to extend another day because we might run into some stupid shit just like earlier. Torrent snorted a bit, as if offended that this pace could even remotely affect him. Then again, he had experienced firsthand that Torrent could go hours upon hours of running without being the slightest bit winded. But that didn't mean he wanted to treat Torrent like that. Hey, yeah, Izuku smiled, his hand still combing through Torrent's mane. I just care about you, you big lug. And I don't want to treat you like some kind of unfeeling form of transportation I can use to get around faster. His words carried deep into his spectral steed's core, but the only reaction he got was an A. However, he did feel their pace going faster, and all Izuku could do was promise his best boy the best raisins Limgrave could offer. The next hour and a half were spent in silence as Torrent galloped across the forest, the rushing wind tossing leaves along its current. They could hear the howls of wolves coming from deep within the canopy of trees, but they were left unharmed as their pace proved too much to chase. That, and because the wolves here preferred to hunt at night. He had first-hand experience with them before, and the unfortunate experience of being ripped to shreds and eaten alive by the cubs, but that was then. He is strong now, and he doubted a bunch of mutts could even reduce him to a state just like before. Also, he already had his revenge in the form of rampaging across this forest by killing the packs that had killed him in an attempt to recover the runes he had lost. Where the hell are we going anyway? The silence was broken by Katsuki opening his mouth to ask a question. Turning his upper body so he could get a good look at Katsuki, Izuku raised an eyebrow and mouthed a silent wait. I just want to know, okay. Fuck, my ass feels like it's burning. Okay. On that part, I understand and feel you. Izuku nodded, a bit empathetic to Katsuki's plight. His first time riding Torrent for a prolonged amount of time did the same thing to his ass. But you better get used to it. We won't be stopping until we reach the shore on the other side. Katsuki looked at the horizon, his vision blocked by the canopy of trees looming over them. He squinted for a bit, only to blink when the end of the forest was nearly in sight. I don't see water. Katsuki's dull tone was overshadowed by Izuku's sudden laughter, a tear dripping from the helmeted brunette's eyes. Of course you won't see it. When I said the other side, I meant the other side of the land, not the forest. Izuku knew at that very moment, Katsuki felt his ass was in danger. Just looking at how pale the ash blonde became was amusing to him, and he was going to save the face Katsuki was making into his memory banks to call upon if he ever needed something to laugh at. He also knew the question just at the tip of the ash blonde's tongue, so before he could ask, he stopped him in his tracks. Also, we won't be stopping. I don't want this trip to reach until tomorrow. By sundown we need to be either at the shore, or the island where our destination is. Motherfucker. All Katsuki could do was swear, and hope that his ass wouldn't be screaming for vengeance by the time they reached the shore. But Izuku wasn't going to stop there. Katsuki would forever hate him for this, which Izuku was completely fine with, but after dismounting Torrent at the shore, they were going to hoof it immediately into the tunnel. Katsuki huffed, sweat dripping from his brow as he hunched down. His arms swayed side to side, his palms sweaty and blistering hot, a hint of a crackle over trembling fingers. They were ambushed again just not too long after leaving the forest, the fuckers having some kind of death wish as they hurled themselves into the meat grinder that was Izuku fucking Midoriya. Then again, the more he looked at one of the corpses that he had personally created, the more he thought of these assholes less than human and more crazed animals. It slightly lessened the disgust he felt for himself after vowing not to be the same asshole he was in the past to Izuku, but all in all, his hands were already stained with the blood of those he had killed in the name of self-defense. Then again, they were already stained when his stupid ass caused Izuku's death. Sighing, he bent down and got ready to strip the corpse of his belongings. He did not want to have Izuku breathing down his neck about not helping him gather the loot. Plus, the more time wasted, the more he suffers riding Izuku's mount, which did not help with his sore-ass cheeks. It took a little bit of elbow grease to get their armor off and waylaid onto the nearby ground, but thankfully, these dumb fucks, for what else are they, what with all the groaning and unintelligible growls, didn't know how to wear them properly. They hung loose over their limbs, the straps weren't secured properly, there were even some of them worn backwards. Izuku was right, they weren't soldiers. They were just bandits posing as soldiers for the local lord, which Izuku had killed apparently because the guy was a dick. He didn't get that many details from him, but Izuku only said that all he needed to know as of now was these people they were killing via self-defense were bandits, the lowest of the low scum of the earth. That lessened his disgust even more, comparing them to the heinous villains that populated their world. Back in Japan, they would call him a villain for doing this. Hell, they would probably shout for him to get tossed into the deepest pit of Tartarus because he went a step further and stripped a corpse of its belongings, and he would agree with them. Not the part where he was sent to Tartarus, for fuck's sake. The part where he was called a villain. They had every right to call him that, Izuku much more so for the shit he had put him through. Grunting for a bit as he finally stripped the last one, he wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at Izuku, only to jump with a twitch when he saw his face inches away from him, his pearly whites showing. Didn't need to tell you to strip them. Good work. Izuku patted him on the back and his touch felt like a giant anvil hammering into his spine. Thought I'd have to tell you to do it. Izuku grabbed the box on his hip and opened it. Peering over, Katsuki's eyes swirled. He couldn't get over not seeing the bottom of the small box, and looking at it for an extended period of time made his head dizzy. Shaking his head, Katsuki walked over to the antlered horse. Izuku called him Torrent and damn him if he ain't respecting their only way of speedy transportation. Plus, from what he gathered yesterday, the horse had some sort of a mischievous streak. He thought he was gonna die falling to his death yesterday. And yeah, he could technically fly with his explosions, but he was still getting the hang of it. It didn't take long for Izuku to grab all of the loot and walk back to his horse, a large smile on his face. Anyway, time to go. Izuku hopped on, a hand gliding over his horse's mane, and Katsuki followed suit. Clambering atop Torrent, Katsuki scrunched his nose, a hand coming up to his mouth, only to stop it dead in its tracks when he saw the stains on his palms and fingers. Noticing the sudden movement from behind, Izuku turned back, Torrent still not moving as his tail swished to and fro. What? We're about to move. Izuku's eyes blinked. You smell. Katsuki immediately put down his hand, his mind playing the view of his hand in slow motion. Okay, anyway, just hold on. Would want you to be thrown off and die because you fell and cracked your neck. Izuku chuckled at the morbid thought, and Katsuki shivered. He didn't need that image in his head. Reluctantly snaking his hands around Izuku's waist, Torrent suddenly rushed into a gallop, the speed nearly knocking him off the saddle. The wind rushed past the sides of his head, his ash-blonde locks flowing through as the dust in the air made its home in his eyes. Blinking rather harshly, Katsuki got the annoying piece of dust out of his eyes and sighed. Hopefully, they will get there faster. He didn't want his ass cheeks burning for the next day. Fook. Katsuki groaned, his legs trembling as he laid his hands on his ass. Ass cheeks still on fire. Izuku teased and all Katsuki could do was glare at him. Chuckling, Izuku turned around and looked at the mouth of the cave, memories of a defeated-looking demi-human, bruised and bloodied rushing through his mind. His mouth pursed, eyes closed as he waved the memory away, but it stayed all the same. The first time he found Bach, he was a bit surprised. In fact, he almost lopped his head off because of how shocked he was when the bush he bumped into turned into a demi-human. He was also fresh off a fight, so the adrenaline still running through his veins didn't help things. Bach vowed to repay him for his help, and Izuku knew that he needed help. Any kind of help, really. Back then, he was still green around the ears and wasn't that much accustomed to pain and death. So, imagine his surprise when traveling along the coast because of his trial to find something that could help against Margit. He came across the very same cave he was looking at right now and saw Bach looking worse for wear just by the entrance inside. Those frail arms, those trembling legs, the shaky voice, how could he not help, even at the cost of himself? Even today, his predisposition to save people was still hardwired in him. One only needed to look at the USJ incident to know that he still helped people, even with his nonchalant attitude and frankly disturbing mentality. Approaching the cave, he readied the lantern he had purchased from the nomadic merchant that was gathering dust in his bottomless box up until now. Hooking to his belt, he turned around and whistled, garnering Katsuki's attention. "Come on, in here." Katsuki grumbled something about his ass still stinging, but otherwise followed him without much resistance. The sun was close to setting, but the orange glow coming from the horizon was still enough to light the shore in its majestic amber light. It was breathtakingly beautiful, if you discount the corpses of tentacled monstrosities that littered the area. They were lucky the torrent was going faster than what was asked for, so they could arrive even an hour earlier than expected. "Lemme guess, this cave has a tunnel that connects to that fuck-off island over there." Katsuki pointed at their destination, to which Izuku nodded. At first, the blonde was skeptical about how they were going to reach the island about 2 to 3 kilometers away, surrounded by deep sea water infested by those tentacled monstrosities, but after reassuring him that there was a way, he clamped his mouth shut. "No time to lose, I want to exit the tunnel before the sun goes down." Izuku's words were understandable. There was no point in prolonging their journey with a pit stop. Katsuki clenched his fist, a crease on his brow. Izuku could see that there was something going on in his mind, but he ignored it. Entering the cave, Izuku's lantern lit the way. His armored boots ground against the rough surface of the rocks, his footsteps echoing through the claustrophobic tunnel. Behind him, Katsuki stayed close, his eyes following the light emitted by Izuku's lantern. They came across a slightly larger expansion of the tunnel where a sight of grace could be seen hovering. Izuku's eyes gleamed as he regarded the sight, his body being sustained by the warmth emanating from its splendor. Meanwhile, Katsuki wasn't able to see, much less feel it. It made sense to Izuku. The ash blonde wasn't a Tarnished, meaning that one death was all it took to erase him from existence. That put a damper on his mood. Now protecting him just went up to the top of his priorities. Sighing, he picked up the pace. They traveled in near silence for a good few minutes, until Izuku stopped. The ash blonde behind him stopped as well. Ahead of them, Izuku saw a cliff. It was also a somewhat long drop, and he didn't want to abuse his knees from the fall. Luckily, he knew there was another pathway leading down, and it was located just to their right. The tunnel sloped downward, their trek becoming a tad bit easier, and at the same time, slightly harder. As they continued for a few minutes, Izuku couldn't help but notice a stark difference from the time he had delved into these tunnels the last time. Where were the demi-humans? They were also a part of this never-ending cycle of death and rebirth, so it would have made sense for Izuku to spot them chilling in their home. Hell, there wasn't any demi-human outside, either. Just those tentacle things. Did something happen? Either way, he would not look a gift horse in the mouth. The less obstacles there were, the better. But Izuku didn't let his guard down. If there was one thing he knew, it was that when things seemed peaceful in the lands between, it never really was. His paranoia wasn't rewarded. His eyes gazed upon the setting sun, its amber glow bathing the island in all its luminescent glory. Beside him, Katsuki stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape. For all its dangers and insane inhabitants, you really have to admit the lands between is such a beautiful land. Izuku muttered, mostly to himself. Looking to the ascending hill, Izuku pointed at the ruins just at the top while getting Katsuki's attention. "There, we'll make camp there. And by we, I mean you." I have something important to do. Inside his bottomless box, the dragon heart laid silent. Izuku could already taste the power about to be bestowed upon him. The trip up the hill wasn't anything special. Their eyes caught herds of goats and their young grazing amongst the green hills, the sounds of their baws echoing through the landscape as they passed through. Both Izuku and Katsuki remained silent with the trek uphill, the more experienced of the two feeling his heart thump against his chest. Katsuki, meanwhile, felt the ominous air radiating from the ruined church right at the top. The closer they got, the more the two had their feelings magnified. Izuku's lips nearly ripped his face in half as his hands rummaged through his bottomless box that he had opened, while Katsuki's knees nearly buckled against the grassy slope. Once they reached the top, the broken archway beckoned them closer. Izuku all too happily sauntered in, while Katsuki remained outside, hands gripping tight against the tools needed to set up their tent for the night. It was good news that it wasn't that windy here than the last spot they had camped the night prior. Turning around, the ash blonde focused on finding a good spot that wouldn't cause them to have problems in their sleep. At least there was no presence of hostile beings in the island, so that was another plus point. Meanwhile, inside the ruined church, Izuku came across the corpse of a giant dragon, its scales pale and as hard as rock. All around him laid statues of half men, half dragons, all in different poses. Been a while since I've come here, Izuku muttered to himself, his hand gliding across the scales of the dead dragon. His hand that was previously rummaging through his bottomless box slowly made its way out, in his palms the fresh heart of the dragon he had slain back in Lernia. It was large, bigger than two of his hands combined, and heavy to boot. He remembered the first time he grabbed the heart of the dragon, a Geel, he had killed in this region. His twig-like arms struggled to even hold it up for even a few seconds, the heart falling to the lake and splashing water all over him. But now, the heart that had the same weight and size barely made one of his arms twitch, a sign of his progress. Smirking, he lifted it to the altar that resided next to the corpse of the dragon's head. With a single prayer and hope for the future, he brought it close to his lips. Then took a bite. Blood sprayed all over his face and armor, his helmet long forgotten within the confines of his bottomless box as he indulged in the profane ritual. His teeth ripped through the red flesh, blood oozing down his throat as he gulped down the dragon's remaining lifeblood. The taste of iron tingled on his tongue, his eyes clenching shut as his gut filled with the sacred liquid. His knees buckled, forcing him to the ground as he felt power coursing through him, but he did not dare stop his consumption. The ritual didn't last long, the heart slowly losing color as blood drained out of the organ. Once it was all drained, with nary a tinge of red remaining within, Izuku got to consuming the flesh. He made sure that none were wasted, licking the blood sticking onto his fingertips for good measure. The taste may have been unbearable the first time, but now, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Izuku's eyes opened, the green orbs tinged with a hint of yellow glaring into the setting sun. A grin formed on his mouth, and he let the newfound power course through his veins. It gathered within his chest, then rapidly climbed upwards, his throat feeling the burn. The spectral head of a dragon appeared over his own, and its maw opened wide. Flames belched out of its maw, embers flicking in the wind as the air grew hot. Izuku continued his show for about 5 seconds before he stopped, his body ragged, but there was no mistaking the ferocious smile on his lips. Katsuki wiped the sweat off his brow, the tools used to set up the tent all but forgotten inside its kit. It's been a while now since Izuku had entered the church, and he was a bit curious as to what the greenette was doing within. Inching forward towards the ruined church, Katsuki made sure not to make even a single sound to let Izuku know he was here. Bastard was very attentive during their spars, and even a single peep was enough to root him out from where he was hiding. And that was during a melee where every single student in Class 1A was fighting. His back slumped against the wall, dust falling from the cracks from the impact. Peeking through the open doorway, Katsuki's eyes widened when he saw Izuku gorging on a giant fucking heart. God, he could smell the stench from here, his nose cringing in response to the foul smell. Hovering his hand over his nose, his eyes squinted as he tried to get a closer look as to what Izuku was doing, only to nearly puke as he saw the greenette tearing it flesh from flesh, blood dripping from his lips and onto the ground. He closed his eyes, head slumping against the wall after having sated his curiosity. The hell was he doing anyway? It was Izuku's business, not his, and frankly, after having seen the shit that had happened over the course of 2 days, so what if he was eating a fucking heart? It was big enough to not come from a human, and he sure as hell knew that people sometimes ate the most horrible of shit. Pushing off the wall, Katsuki was about to make his way to their camp, only for his ears to catch a roar, followed by the heat of a flame prickling at his skin. Peeking once more, his eyes widened when he saw a dragon's head forming over Izuku's own. What was even more mind-boggling was the fact that he was fucking breathing fire. Holy fucking hell, Katsuki's mouth hung wide open as the fire died down, the dragon's head slowly disappearing, showing the grin floating over Izuku's face. He continued watching for a moment, only for Izuku to twist and look in his direction. Quickly hiding behind the wall, Katsuki knew he had overstayed his welcome and swiftly made his way towards the camp he had just set up. Taking a seat on one of the logs he had set down around the unlit campfire, Katsuki sighed and thought back to what he had seen. At first, when he saw Izuku use that dragon arm of his, he was confused and incredibly shocked that the greenette had that kind of quirk. And then, he reminded himself that Izuku had died before and came back to life because of reasons he didn't fucking know. So now, seeing him get a new kind of power, one he hadn't shown, but still bore resemblance to the dragon arm he had displayed before. He could theorize that the dragon powers Izuku got, he got it here in this church. And all he had to do was eat, a fucking heart of all things. Now the dead dragon when they arrived here made sense. Fucker probably killed it and took its heart out so he could gain more power. Now, wasn't that a fucked up way to get stronger? Then again, the results said it all. The last time he got hit by that dragon arm, he was flung towards the wall so hard, he felt his spine nearly crack from the impact. Good thing that his bones were used to explosive force already because of his quirk, otherwise, he would have had a great day with recovery girl tending to him. All the while the granny spew vitriol about why he was in that predicament in the first place. So, you saw that, huh? Izuku's voice echoed behind him, causing the ash blonde to jump slightly at the suddenness of it all. His boots left imprints in the ground as he slowly sat himself down opposite of Katsuki, his hands still tinged with blood. So, what did you think? Huh, the fuck you mean what did I think? Katsuki leaned forward, red pupils staring directly into Izuku's eyes, only for him to blink twice from what he'd been seeing. Hold the fuck up, when'd your eyes change? What? Izuku raised an eyebrow, clearly confused as to what Katsuki meant. Katsuki's finger was raised and he pointed towards his own eyes, making doubly sure to emphasize his pupils. Your eyes, they have slits. Izuku blinked. His bloody hands rummaged through the box he always had on him, before withdrawing a mirror, one you would normally see back in Japan instead of this medieval shit of a world. Huh, that's new. Izuku brought a finger near his eye, the mirror leaning in closer as he examined it in earnest. Last time I saw my eyes, there were hints of gold in them. Now, it's hard to notice. Katsuki remained silent as Izuku continued examining his eyes, the greenette absorbed with the mirror like Narcissus. Then again, was he any different in the past? Sighing, Katsuki tended to the fire, or the lack of one. The kindle was all prepared and ready to be lit ever since he had finished setting up camp earlier. Crouching down, he stretched his hand forward and let a little spark ignite from his palm. As soon as the kindle caught flame and ignited, the fire spread through the firewood, embers drifting to the grass. The heat was palpable against his calloused palm, his head nodding for a job well done. Setting his ass back on the log, Katsuki waited until Izuku was done with his impromptu inspection. A few minutes of crackling fire fighting against the silence passed by before the greenette sighed and deposited the mirror back in that box of his. Well, not like I didn't expect any drawbacks to doing the ritual. Izuku said, more to himself than Katsuki. Anyway, best to eat then rest. Not much to do in the night without light, Katsuki. The ash blonde grumbled, arms crossed as he rolled his eyes. Second day into this fucking world and he already knew that the following days were gonna be a killer to his mood. There was next to nothing to do other than see the sights and have the occasional life-threatening fights, for fuck's sake. Cracking his neck, Katsuki got up and waited until Izuku withdrew the food he was going to cook for the night. Damned Izuku didn't know how to cook to save his life, and fuck him if he's gonna make his taste buds go through the horror that was Izuku's sense of taste again. Once in UA was enough to last him a lifetime. As Katsuki got to cooking, Izuku couldn't help but think back to what he had seen when the ash blonde brought up the color of his eyes. Hell, it wasn't just the color, it was the shape too. Melina, Izuku whispered, his voice drowned out by the wind and the boiling of water as Katsuki continued to whip them up something good to eat. Is there anything I need to know about the dragon ritual? The spectral girl in question sat beside him, her dull, golden eyes staring directly into the campfire. Yes, Melina nodded, her head twisting to face Izuku directly. The more you continue down this path, the more your humanity is lost in the pursuit of power. Are you sure you are ready to bear the price when the time comes? Izuku's breath hitched, his heart thumping in his chest as Melina laid out an ultimatum. Closing his eyes, he thought back to the ritual. The blood that he had nearly puked out during his first, and the blood he had somewhat savored during the second. What if, during the third or so times, would the blood be even tastier? Would he be lost in the bliss of consuming dragon hearts that it would become an addiction? After all, the majority of his life, he'd spent it powerless, manipulated by those stronger than him. It felt like he wasn't in control of his own life, his own fate. Like whatever decision he made, it was just moot in front of those with power behind their very being. He realized this more and more as he died numerous times during his journey through the lands between. Even with the power of turning the runes he'd taken from corpses he'd left in his wake, he still felt like nothing he ever did was going to amount to something. Until he managed to fell that dragon. Agil, after dozens, if not hundreds, of tries. A bit of asking around from the nomadic merchants and the people who still had their wits about told him of a place that helped with using dragon hearts to gain the power of dragons. Of course, when they mentioned it being in Caelid, Izuku quickly asked if there was any other alternative. Luckily, there was another church of Dragon Communion, which was the ruined church just nearby. The moment he consumed a heart, he felt his core pulse, and knew deep down in his brain that things were about to change for him. So, with the knowledge that continuing down this path was going to end up with him suffering more than not, it made him think. Was the power of dragons really worth it? Izuku. Melina laid a hand on his shoulder, the warmth from her palm snapping Izuku from his stupor. We do not know how the future will pan out, nor do we know the consequences of your decisions. Her hand slipped away from his shoulder, the warm, gentle touch being replaced by the cold, biting wind that swished through the air. Many before you have tried, and many have lost themselves to the power of the dragons. However, whether your actions be right or wrong, choosing those that you can live with is sometimes better than not choosing at all. But what if I regret all of it at the end? Izuku turned his head around, his semi-slitted pupils gazing into Melina's lone open golden orb. The spectral girl remained silent, the two locked in a stare-down. Time passed with the two locked in their battle of eyes, only for Izuku to lose when Katsuki lightly bonked him on the head with a ladle. Food's done. The ash blonde grumpily took his share and began slowly eating his stew. Izuku looked at the bowl that was lying right next to him with a pursed mouth, and turned around, only to see Melina gone from her spot. Sighing, he grabbed the bowl and began eating. Their talk would have to be finished some time later in the future. The power of the dragons, tempting it may be, was not worth the loss of his humanity. Or was it? Nezu was not having a fine day. Just a few days prior, Midoriya along with his companions went missing. Of course, the rat was perfectly aware of what had taken them, their discussion the day they were grabbed from their plane of existence quite a foreshadowing thought. What he didn't expect was for Katsuki Bakugo, a student of his academy, to be within the vicinity when they were sucked into a portal, which by all means wasn't visible to their eyes, nor their high-end equipment, causing the ash blonde to tag along with them, albeit unwillingly. Sighing, Nezu leaned against his chair, the backrest twice his size, making it feel like a giant cushion, plus points for it being made with top-of-the-line materials, ensuring maximum comfort. What a conundrum. Nezu's eyes drifted towards the screen of his laptop, an email coming from one Mitsuki Bakugo going over how she was going to castrate him and hang him by his insides, after she was done suing him and the school for endangering her son after promises of security against things like this happening again. The media also smelled blood the moment word got out Katsuki went missing, and the last time anyone had seen him was after the first day of the UA Sports Festival. And if that wasn't enough, they were drawing speculations as to the mystery teacher that he had brought in a few weeks back, only for him to vanish as well at the same time one of his students went missing. And as much as Nezu wanted to release the footage of how the teleportation had happened, having the public eye scrutinizing it would make everything worse. After all, Midoriya, as well as his two companions looked as if they were expecting it to happen. How was he going to explain to the vultures that it was the work of an interdimensional being that was powerful enough that Earth wasn't even worth a single inch of its body? He doubted they would even believe him and write him off as crazy, maybe even revoking his rights as a human and dropping him back into animal status. Now that would be a day. Not that it would happen, seeing as those who rule the world are much more intelligent than those that couldn't read between the lines. Then again, the HPSC were making it their job to make Nezu's life, and by extension, the heroes all loyal to him a living nightmare. The amount of red tape that was currently wrapping around them was enough to make him suspend classes for the time being, as well as the continuation of the second and third day of the UA Sports Festival, which didn't go over well for his staff, but needs must when needs must. A knock came from his door, and with but a word, Nezu allowed entry. In came Aizawa, his dark locks cascading down his face and nearly hiding his eyes. So, any news on the media outlets crying for our blood? Nezu propped his paws together, the black-themed man sighing as he took a seat nearby, his capture scarf a stark white in contrast to his dark attire. Same old, same old. At this point, you'd think they were broken records looping in repeat. Aizawa palmed his face as his head leaned against the backrest of the couch. Still no sign of those four. Unfortunately, no. Nezu closed the laptop and hopped off his seat, his stubby little legs guiding him towards the shelf where boxes of his expensively ordered tea were kept. We already know that what had resurrected Midoriya, as well as brought him back to Japan for reasons unknown, are supernatural in origin. At least with quirks, we could reason that it was a biological evolution of the species living on Earth that granted us our somewhat supernatural powers, but when it comes to Midoriya, as well as the being behind his disappearance and reappearance, I doubt any answer would be enough to appease the public. Hey, don't I know it? Aizawa exhaled a long breath of air as he stared at the ceiling. On the off chance they believe it, they'd probably go crazy. A plausible scenario, highly unlikely, however. Nezu readied himself a cup of tea, the scent of the tantalizing drink quite soothing to the nerves. But asking for the impossible is not why you're here, is it? Yes. Aizawa cracked his neck and looked directly at Nezu's back, his paws stirring his cup of tea. We've got word that another villain has surfaced. An animal, this time. Excuse me. Nezu paused, one of his paws setting down the cup for a moment as he regarded Aizawa's sudden news. First time I've heard of an animal as a villain in my entire life. You're not the only one. Aizawa reached for his pocket and withdrew a flash drive, placing it on the desk right in front of him. Here's all you need to know to get an in-depth analysis on the villain. Curious. Nezu approached the flash drive and reached out to it, his paws playing with the tiny little piece of technology. I assume they want my input as an animal myself. Yep. Aizawa stood, his legs guiding him to the door. Once you've done your research, the HPSC has reached out to schedule a meeting. Typical of them. Nezu grinned as he waddled himself to his chair, flash drive in hand. Inserting it into his laptop, he brought up the files that were stored within the drive and opened them to their individual tabs. There were pictures attached to documents explaining the nature of the villains, their crimes, and their motivations. Not that the latter of the three meant anything, seeing as the villains were literal animals. Chimp-looking things to be precise. They used clubs and makeshift spears, and for some reason, took over a convenience store while simultaneously mauling the clerk, a part-time college student, to death. The scene was horrifying enough, but the wails of his loved ones crying for justice made it even more harrowing. There was also another casualty after a hero on the scene was blindsided by one of them, and it was probably the most tragic of them all. They numbered 3 in total and just popped out of nowhere. Not a single one on the force had managed to figure out where the three had come from. The same could be said for that other villain Kamui Woods had fought days prior as well. Drawing comparisons with Izuku's sudden appearance, Nezu suddenly had a pit form inside his gut. If his hypothesis is true, then it meant that Izuku's situation wasn't just a unique case. Izuku's companions were all he needed as evidence. This was a problem, and not a laughing matter either. During the USJ, Nezu had seen Izuku go toe-to-toe with All Might, however brief. Just imagine a being of that same strength somehow winding up here, in their world, and wreaking havoc because it lacked the capability to reason. If that was the case, then perhaps there was no other choice than to ask for that person's help. Wanted by the heroes and police force alike, just a single hint of him colluding with said person would no doubt land him in deep water. But that was for the future. Now, he had to sit back and observe. Perhaps there was a pattern to these sudden appearances. Such a strange specimen. The beeping of consoles and machines echoed through the room, the darkness kept at bay by only a handful of dim lights that barely lit up the area. They harbor a similar makeup to humans, but looking deeper, they differ vastly from us by a wide margin. Will they make good Nomus, Doctor? A hiss of air escaped a man's respirator, the upper half of his head nothing but scarred tissue. The doctor gulped slightly at the tone, and turned to face his master, All for One. They lack the gene that lets us, quirked humans, develop a quirk, hence they would do nicely. The doctor, a short, rotund man that was holding a clipboard as he examined the floating chimp-like animal inside a vat full of green liquid with his eyes hidden beneath his glasses, nodded. Quite surprising, yet predictable, seeing as how most of the high-end Nomus still in production have a quirkless individual as the base. He laid a hand on the vat, his eyes underneath the glasses glued on the form silently floating within. However, there may be a risk with development, seeing as how they do not match with most of our DNA. Is it significant? Another hiss, and the doctor shook his head. He let go of the vat and went back to addressing his master with his back slightly hunched. Quite low, actually, but the risk is still there. The doctor looked back at the specimen, a crooked smile gracing his lips. I will have to run some more tests to get a better result for when we start the process, however, we still do not know the final product. That is fine, as long as it is ready for deployment during our Tamura's next game with All Might. All for One's respirator released another gout of air as it hissed. Continue with your work, good doctor. I shall take my leave, then. As you wish, master. The doctor bowed and bade him farewell. Please look forward to your subordinate's result. As he left, All for One couldn't help but think to himself that things were changing. The only time a literal animal was able to flip the heads of everybody in this game of theirs was during Nezu's rise to power after his escape from that dreadful experimentation lab. Now, there were new players on the board, but something told him the new player was going to be far more problematic than even All Might with his brother's quirk. As for how he knew, quirks are a dime a dozen, and with how long he's lived, he had tailored himself an intelligent man thanks to the various mental enhancing quirks he had taken from those who had gone against him. A smile floated up his face, hidden beneath the apparatus he wore to ensure he could still breathe normally. Oh, I do love a change. His soft chuckles echoed throughout the dark corridor as he formed a portal connecting to his room, fully paid for by the idiots in the HPSC. Oh, how easy it was to sink his claws into that organization, the head of the organization blissfully ignorant of his survival. Fuck, 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 fuck. A fist smashed against the concrete wall of the apartment, cracks spreading from the point of impact. Another hand went to pull at stark, white locks as her tanned skin dripped with blood from the cuts she had endured just a few hours prior. Rumi Usajiyama, otherwise known as the rabbit hero Mirko, gritted her teeth as she hissed. Her forehead smacked against the wall with a meaty thump as she replayed the events that happened earlier in her mind. It was just a normal day. The sun was shining, the flowers were blooming, and villains were being villains while meeting the painful end of one of her kicks. All of a sudden, she gets a call from one of the officers saying that there was another crime in progress, this time by a trio of villains that looked vaguely similar to chimps. Since the villain she had just apprehended was already tied up and ready to be shipped to the nearest police station, Rumi wasted no time in hopping across roofs as she left the villain literally tied to a pole while the nearby civilians took pictures of the villain beaten to an inch of his life. It didn't take long for her to reach a convenience store where numerous police cars circled the building. The officers were doing the best they could to get the civilians away from the ongoing assault, but to no avail. It was mind-boggling how much of the public mass's self-preservation instincts left the moment heroes and villains were introduced. Then again, she was one of them when she was little, and as a professional hero, she mentally kicked her younger self to the curb for even thinking of being that stupid to begin with. Once she landed, various cameras pointed her way, and all she could do was flash a ferocious smile. Best way to deal with the masses like that. Plus, her heart was thumping, her legs tensed and ready to go another round against other villains like the ones she had apprehended just a few minutes ago. The officers gave her the rundown, and with her confidence soaring through the roof, she rushed towards the convenience store and waltzed in like she owned the place. Big mistake that, because when she did, she was immediately bombarded with one of the foulest stench she had ever come across. Mutant quirks like hers, much more so for quirks that had a common connection with animals, sometimes grant the host heightened senses, along with everything that came with the package. Her nose scrunched up in disgust, and she had to cover it with her hand, and that was another mistake she wouldn't forget anytime soon. Because the sooner she did that, a club nearly conked her in the head from above. Fortunately, thanks to said heightened senses, she was able to notice something coming from above and narrowly dodged the attack by stepping back a few steps. Her eyes squinted as she got a good look at the villain, and her ferocious grin grew fiercer. Sneak attack, huh? Rumi took a stance and readied herself. Her eyes roamed the vicinity, only catching the single villain that had tried sneak attacking her. Where are your other buddies? Napping on the job, or too scared to even fight? All her taunts got was the villain screeching like an animal before lunging at her with its club raised high. Rumi dodged to the side and gave the villain a quick shin to the gut. Said villain was launched towards one of the racks and toppled it over, countless of canned goods scattering towards the floor, creating a cacophony of noise echoing throughout the store. This managed to grab the attention of the other two villains, who were hiding behind one of the other racks with bloodied fingers and mouths. Most surprising part of it, the three all looked the same, save for their get-up and weaponry. What the fuck? Rumi narrowed her eyes. Were they triplets that shared the same quirk? Not that it mattered. What mattered was bringing these three to justice and finding the cause as to why those two in particular had blood dripping from their fingers and lips. Not giving the two any time, she rushed them with her legs pumped full of energy, ready to send them into next week. Surprisingly, one of them was agile and reactive enough to dodge her attack, but the other one wasn't so lucky. His head met her steel-tipped toe, the brutal impact echoing with a nauseating crack. Blood dripped from the open wound, but Rumi wasn't bothered if the villain died then and there. Sure, it may tank her reputation a bit, but something was telling her that these three weren't your average villains. The last one standing, one that held a makeshift spear, shrieked and made sounds not dissimilar to what monkeys would do, giving Rumi even more questions. Rushing the villain again, Rumi's eyes promised untold pain. The spear the villain had was dangerous, but if she managed to get in close, then most of it would be next to useless. Anticipating the strike, she ducked down and slid against the floor. In hindsight, the action was next to stupid, seeing as the rack that was toppled over nearby was one that held various glass bottles. Glass shards cut through her skin and costume, but pain wasn't anything new to Rumi. Instead, it fueled her bloodlust even more as she pounded on the stunned villain, her hand grabbing him by the neck. Lifting the villain up, Rumi wasted no time and brought him down hard, the villain letting out a yelp as it conked out from the impact against the ground. Fuck, Rumi grunted, her arms bleeding from all the cuts she had gained from the sharp glass shards. Now, where the hell is that clerk? The officers said that the villain had taken the clerk hostage, and it was her duty as a hero to save them. However, when she approached the spot where the two other villains emerged, her nose tingled in disgust and a pit formed in her gut. Don't tell me. Stealing her resolve, Rumi peeked over the rack, and had to withhold the bile that nearly rose out of her mouth. Shit, fuck. Glaring at the three downed villains, she vowed in her head she was gonna make sure that these three paid the price for the horrendous act they had done to the poor clerk. Sliding against the wall, Rumi curled herself up, trying her damnedest to get the memory out of her head. The scent of iron, she was well acquainted with. Dare she say it, they were best buds with how often they met. But what those three did, it went beyond being your run-of-the-mill villains. The poor man was also young, barely into his second year of college, his life cut short by three monstrous villains. She'd heard about the Kamui Woods horror story about his encounter with a villain and the lives of a family cut short, but she didn't expect it to repeat here. Fucking hell, she needed a shower. Hopefully, Ryuko was available. After seeing what had happened in that convenience store, she needed a fucking distraction. It's been a week since he's returned to the lands between, and all Izuku could say was Limgrave definitely did change after he had wiped Godric off the face of the earth. After they had camped for the night the day Izuku had finished his ritual, the two set off back into the main continent via the tunnel they had passed through the day before, still cleared of any living being, most specifically, demi-humans. From there, they made their way back to Lernia, Izuku wanting to enter the academy and take the second great rune, and this time, instead of rushing like they did when they were on their way to the Church of Dragon Communion, they took their sweet time, enjoying the sights, watching the scenery. And of course, they couldn't forget looting and plundering all who dared fight them, ranging from bandits that dressed as Godric's soldiers, to literal Godric's soldiers that were somehow still roaming the plains. Not that it made it any easier for them, seeing as most of the denizens that resided in Limgrave had a hate boner for them. They couldn't cross borders either, with Raya Lucaria's soldiers ensuring that they couldn't pass through the only remaining path into the lake, and soldiers from Kalit, that Izuku still didn't know the name of. Effectively, they were trapped in an endless loop of reviving, taking their gear back from the bandits that managed to kill them, and then dying to the bandits they had killed. Only this time, they would be left gearless because of Izuku and Katsuki taking them for themselves. Actually, scratch that, Izuku would just sell the gear for extra runes to some nomadic merchants, and no doubt, they would gladly sell them back to the soldiers in need of equipment. As for why they wouldn't rob them instead, the nomadic merchants' connections are a scary thing to have as an enemy. Day after day, Katsuki got used to the attacking bandits' soldiers. Oh, for sure he was still uncomfortable with killing, but the knowledge that those he killed would come back anyway made him a bit relieved. Dozens had already fallen to his explosions, causing Izuku to be somewhat peeved because the gear he got from those he downed were most likely dented or crumbling from the impacts. The haggling with the nomadic merchants they encountered was a sight to behold. There was also the issue of how they were going back to Lernia. They didn't want to take the same route, and Izuku, in his infinite wisdom, decided to cut a path through one of the most dangerous areas he had ever come across during his travels. Stormvil Castle. At first, Katsuki didn't want to go through the big-ass castle. But after a bit of persuading from Izuku about how most of the dangers had already passed, the ash blonde was more acceptable with the thought. Plus, a big-ass castle is a big-ass castle. What kind of male teen wouldn't want to go through one of them in his lifetime? The moment they stepped into the castle, Katsuki was about to head through the front gate, before Izuku managed to yank him by the scruff and pull him away from a skewery death. Giant bolts lodged itself into the concrete, all of which looked terribly abused from the constant barrage from above whenever an intruder came along. A bit of a shock that they were still operational, seeing as how bandits roamed about wearing the armor of their brethren. Taking the path that Gostok had told him would be a better alternative than the front gate, both Izuku and Katsuki sneaked in. Which failed the moment eagles tried to bite their heads off. The noise alerted those inside, and then the melee started. It was fun sending some of the soldiers hurtling towards their deaths by tossing them off the cliff, but that meant less loot. Izuku may be strong, but gravity will forever be his mortal enemy. At least, until he was strong enough to fall at terminal velocity and land with nary a scratch. It took them about 3 days to explore the entire castle, all of which Izuku had already been through. He just thought it would be funny to guide Katsuki and show him all the spots where he'd died horribly. At first he was confused, then realization dawned upon him that Izuku was the same as the others, always reviving, never dying. It looked like the ash blonde had an epiphany as to why Izuku acted like he did. And now, he mostly, well, respected wasn't the right word. More like acknowledged, that Izuku was a type of person he wouldn't want to mess with. When he kicked his ass during their student-teacher moments, it was a sign. What he showed him just cemented it. Anyway, after going through the entire castle, as well as showing the corpse of one Godric the Grafted, they exited through the passageway behind the throne room, leading them directly into Lernia. Passing by the church and saying hi to Thops before continuing, they fought their way through the camp that was populated by more soldiers loyal to Raya Lucaria. Of course, Izuku didn't forget to loot them afterwards, making sure to sell them to the nomadic merchant that was just by the lakeshore. They camped with the merchant for the night, Katsuki sharing a recipe or two with him at the helm of cooking. Said merchant was quite grateful for the tasteful dinner, and sold them a few items with a discount as his gratitude. Katsuki, and Izuku himself for that matter, were thrilled to have comfortable sleeping rolls to use, as opposed to those they had bought before that was killer on the back. The morning came and they bid their goodbyes, Izuku giving him a bit of runes on the side because the merchant looked like he could use them more than he could. It was the least he could do for selling him the sleeping rolls that felt like heaven. Said that he got them from another merchant that managed to get them from Raya Lucaria. The lake was the same as ever, and they also had the displeasure of fighting giant lobsters. At least they got to eat some tasty seafood that were expensive back in Japan. Plus, they were the size of a small truck, so the proportions were huge. They also managed to see that one guy who had sold Ria's necklace to Izuku before returning it to its rightful owner, after going through a dense forest full of those shrieking horrors that Izuku still failed to wrap his head around. Asshole was a damn thief, but at least his food was good. Prawn was on the menu that day, and the two of them hadn't regretted it a single bit. Sure, it might have cost a lump sum of runes, but truthfully, Izuku could just make it back whenever some asshole decided to use him as shooting practice. The following day, they came across the flooded town that was situated around the academy, and Torrent had to be careful not to sink them into its depths. The whole region was already flooded, but at least there were some areas where the water was just knee-deep. On their way to the academy by hopping over roofs, Izuku managed to spot a familiar man with a heavily decorated piece of armor. Said man was standing over a corpse of a young-looking woman, obviously grieving her death. Curiosity getting the better of him, Izuku tried to ask Diallos what had happened, and all he got from him was that it was all the recusants' faults, not that he was familiar with them. He'd have to ask Melina about that for later. With nothing to add, he just left Diallos to grieve, and as they left, Katsuki asked why they weren't helping them. Because I have no idea how to help him. That was Izuku's simple answer. He didn't know what recusants were, nor did he know where to start to find them. Leaving it at that, they saw the steps leading up the unflooded section of the town, guarded by soldiers garbed with Raya Lucaria symbols. As per usual, the moment they saw them approached, they attacked, and Izuku and Katsuki defended themselves. More looting soon followed, and once they were done, they continued upwards to find more of them guarding the place, as well as someone riding what looked like a giant head with a metal tube extending from its mouth. It breathed fire, and also had the penchant for charging while spewing flames. Not that it was a challenge. When the only direction it could go is forward, predicting its movements were incredibly easy. Once they were done, they followed the path upward and finally stood in front of the sealed gate of the academy. I've already seen this before, and it still looks as grandiose as it did. The seal covering the gate was grand to behold, blue runes stretching from end to end as they created a complex canvas that surely meant to ward off trespassers. And now, I have the key. Grabbing the academy glintstone key from his bottomless box, Izuku held it tight in his hands, before he tilted his head while staring at the giant seal. Now, how am I supposed to unlock you? Izuku hummed, his hand on his chin. Why not push it against it? Katsuki supplied from the side, his shoulders shrugging as he harumphed. Not like there's any other fucking option. True, Izuku nodded. Facing the seal again, he held the key forward and slowly pushed it against the seal, the sophisticated-looking key smoothly sinking itself amidst the glowing runes. Okay, I think it's working. His hand then followed, then his entire body. His eyes closed and he felt his body stretch beyond its limits, before going back to normal as he let out a huff, his legs standing on solid ground. Oh okay, that was an experience. Izuku patted himself down, nothing out of order. His armor still looked the same, raggedy but clean, while his blade rested silently against his shoulder. Next order of business, getting Katsuki into the academy. Before they said goodbye to Thops when they were on their way back to the very academy Izuku was just standing outside of, the bald man said something along the lines of only one may enter if they had a key. Any other tag along wouldn't be able to follow and get a shock for trying to do so. That meant leaving the ash blonde behind, and frankly, as much as Izuku wanted to leave him behind to fend for himself, he was still responsible for making sure he gets back to Japan alive. And he couldn't do that if Katsuki dies. Going back the way he came from, although there was a bit of a mishap as instead of teleporting like earlier, he literally went through the seal like it was just a hologram. Confused, he tried it again only for the same result to happen. He hummed for a bit, and decided not to mess with the portal for now. Since he could see that the bridge connected to the gate where Katsuki was waiting, he might as well traverse the thing and see if there was anything of note to find. Summoning Torrent, he gave his spectral steed some roa raisins and carefully scrambled atop him. Torrent gave off a huff and wiggled his head against his palm. Yeah, we'll find some more tasty raisins for you. Stroking the top of Torrent's head, Izuku gave his steed the order to move and off they went. Their pace wasn't anything fast, but it wasn't slow either, just enough for Izuku to sightsee and look for things that piqued his interest. Along the way, they passed through foliage that grew over the concrete bricks and trees that covered the path, blocking the light shining from above. They also saw some wolves napping along the path and Izuku knew what he was going to eat later that night. Not long after, they came across a nomadic merchant who was chilling by a fire. His head turned up as he heard Torrent's hooves clop against the stone, and Izuku could imagine a smile crossing his lips. Well, it's been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help? Here at the end of the earth. His tone had a little bit of a rasp, but there was no hiding the threatening undertone lurking underneath. Gotta admit, didn't expect to see a merchant like you here. Izuku hopped off Torrent, the spectral vanishing into motes of light as he left behind an echoing neigh. You trapped here or something? I'm afraid that as a business only I may know. The merchant chuckled, his head turning back to the flame as he roasted a piece of meat over it. At any rate, are you willing to trade? Depends. You have anything that could get someone through the barrier around the academy? Izuku asked. I have a companion with me, and we only managed to find a single key. He's over by the gate if you're curious. Well, as a matter of fact, I do. The merchant stood up, the roasted piece of meat settled atop a wooden plate. You're lucky, I only have one of them left. Managed to make a deal with one of the sorcerers up in the academy. He headed for his packhorse and rummaged through the giant pack strapped on its back. The horse didn't move an inch as it laid still, its chest heaving up and down as it remained utterly calm. Really, I thought they didn't give one of those keys to outsiders. Izuku mentioned and the merchant chuckled lightly as a response. They don't, but every now and then, their research requires them to head out to search for the things they need. The merchant withdrew a key, one eerily similar to the key he had pilfered from the sorcerer corpse that nestled behind the dragon he had killed. The man would probably be pissed when he resurrected sometime in the future. His fault he died. So, they have you as a proxy. Izuku concluded and the merchant slowly approached him with a steady gait. Precisely. The merchant dangled the key in front of Izuku. So, how much are you willing to pay? Really? Are you letting the customer name the price? Izuku huffed, amused. His arms crossed as he made a humming sound, then snapped his fingers when he decided on what to say. 5,000 runes. Are you trying to rob me? The merchant laughed, and Izuku could tell that the merchant already had a price in his head. 30,000. Isn't that a bit too high? Izuku frowned. 30,000 runes were a lot, and he needed them to strengthen himself. The stronger he got, the more he needed to use just to get even a marginal increase in power. How about 20,000? This is the last key, and I doubt the sorcerers up in that prestigious academy would part with one because you asked nicely. The merchant still dangled the key in front of him, and Izuku had half a mind to just take it from him by force. But he wasn't that kind of person. He hadn't done anything wrong towards him, so he wouldn't do it to him as well. Plus, it would leave a bad taste in his mouth. Fine, take it. Izuku transferred 30,000 runes from his person to the merchant, and the red-clad man happily parted with the key while whistling. Pleasure doing business with you. Anything else with you? The merchant smiled underneath that hooded mask, but Izuku shook his head. Seeing that their business was concluded, he went back to sitting by the fire, carefully preparing his roasted meat with nimble gestures. Have a safe journey. Ah, and also, beware the front gate. Why, you'll see. The merchant waved him off and went back to doing his own thing. Shrugging his shoulders, Izuku decided to check the front gate, and since Katsuki was waiting just right outside, he might as well give him a heads up. And also let him know that he hadn't been atomized by the transfer. Walking past the merchant, Izuku readied his weapon in case the warning from the merchant held true. Not long after, he noticed the wind above him whizzing and he immediately dodged to the right. Debris burst upward as a blade sunk itself into the concrete. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he beheld the figure. He wore the same armor as Darrywheel, the traitor that Blathe had chased after and Izuku helped with defeating in that jail. He dodged another quick slash sent at him by pushing himself to the side, his boots skidding across the rough stone. The knight fought like him too, and Izuku knew all of his tricks. This shouldn't take too long. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.